The Opie and Anthony Show on XM 202, featuring Opie, Anthony, and James Norton.
Deal with this. What? What is this? Garbage! You know what? I can't take this anymore. It's an awful, awful radio show.
We're really, really mean-spirited, evil people who can't see the good in anything.
I think we've done a good job so far of being open-minded and broad-minded.
You know, like when you try to call the police when I touch you.
I don't call the police. I just pretend, because it makes you touch me a little harder.
Oh, God. Excellence in broadcasting.
It's too bad you got to have some form of intelligence to listen to the Opie and Anthony Show. Let's be honest, you probably didn't graduate high school. You probably have 3 or 4 kids, and you're probably a grandma at the age of 32. So I guess we have to give that much to you.
Tanya, I'd like to apologize.
Why would you apologize? Go away.
Opie.
Jail is better than this misery I'm in.
Anthony.
I just think Nazi, and I can't get it out of my head.
Jim Norton.
Hilarious! Hilarious, people!
You guys ready to laugh?
It's got to be the greatest thing ever.
I'd sooner have a water drinking contest. It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Thud, thud, thud.
Take your coat off. We're ready to broadcast, sir.
Yeah, I was a little chilly. Fine now, though.
Voice warm-up time. Me. Jimmy, warm up your voice. Anthony?
Frankus.
Good morning. Welcome to the Opie and Anthony Show. It's a virus, the O&A virus, spreading across America. Phone number 1-866-313-FREE. We say good morning to Buffalo, New York.
Hi, Buffalo.
And we don't say good morning to Buffalo, New York, because their Sabres are playing my Islanders in the playoffs. Stupid Islanders backing their way into the playoffs yesterday.
Shouldn't even have been there.
On Easter Sunday.
It was an Easter miracle, Opie, for the Islanders.
I thought they were like a bunch of goals out. I didn't even follow hockey, but I know that they were not in good shape.
You know what, Jimmy? That's exactly what was going on. The Islanders were pretty much out of it. Like 5 or 6 things had to happen. The Islanders had to win all their games, and then this team had to win or lose or tie to this team. It was like a weird mathematical thing. And everything that was supposed to happen for the Islanders to get in the playoffs did.
So they can lose in the first round.
So Anthony's right. It was an Easter Day miracle.
Miracle.
I'm getting text messages and emails from Tom Chiasano. Good luck today. Like I have something to do with the Islanders getting into the playoffs. Good luck today.
People feel if you're a fan of a team that you deserve congratulations when the team gets in to the playoffs, wins a playoff, wins it all. That you, hey, congrats. Thank you. Me and the team worked very hard this year.
Yeah.
What did you do? I watched TV.
Well,
I went, yay, go team, go. What did you do?
I sit on the couch and I have one of those like foam things with the finger and I point at the number 1.
Yeah. My team is number 1.
Right. So
hooray.
and then the Islanders blow it. They give up a goal to the Devils with less than a second left.
Yeah, like microseconds left.
I think 0.4 of a second was left when the Devils scored. It's like, of course this is how it has to happen.
Yeah.
And then in the shootout, the Islanders, beat the Devils and they're in the playoffs. So, and then my phone goes crazy with all the congratulatory texts.
Mm-hmm.
Texts. Congratulating me because they're in the playoffs. I'm like, I had nothing to do with it. I'm just a fan watching on Easter Sunday.
Just like to watch.
Yeah. So there you go. But that's not why we say good morning to Buffalo.
No.
We're kicking ass in Buffalo. We add them to the list of cities this month, as well as last month. Buffalo's been on a roll. Month after month after month. Buffalo loving the Opie and Anthony Show.
Thank you.
The Edge up there in Buffalo just blowing up in the ratings. Just blowing up. So good morning to Buffalo this morning.
Thank you, Buffalo.
And good morning to Mr. Imus. Our pal's in a little trouble.
Yeah.
He's in a little bit of trouble.
It's been in the news all weekend.
Yeah, you know what? This all went down last week, and, we try to be on top of everything that's going on around us, especially in the radio world and blah, blah, blah. And I honestly didn't think it was that big of a deal, but they're trying to get Mr. Imus fired. It's everywhere.
There's a clip of him on the news.
And we work for the same company as Mr. Imus, and I say to the company, hang in there.
Yeah.
Everyone is watching and listening to Imus this morning.
And there's Imus on the other one. Look, it's a big story.
Hang in there.
It's a big story. Leave the I-Man alone.
For once, a company has to hang in there.
For the love of God, the guy has turned himself pretty much into a political talker. The guy talks to all the top politicians in this country, and he tries to harken back his old shock jock days for a second, and look at what happens. He gets himself in trouble. Who would think the Opie and Anthony show would be sitting here trying to defend Mr. Imus for being a shock jock? Shame on you, Don Imus.
Shame on you,
Shame on you and your shock jockery.
Clean up your act.
What are you doing? You're offensive, Mr. Imus, and I am outraged.
We should organize a protest.
Yeah, that'd be hysterical.
A bunch of nappy-headed girls with signs.
Yes.
I think we should organize a counter-protest. Because they're marching on a stupid...
Who's marching?
They're going to march to... they're going to set up a picket line at MSNBC on Friday, supposedly.
Good luck. Here's the thing. Wait, nothing's going to come of this.
Let me play the story just to get everyone up to speed around America. I'm sure just about everyone knows, but just in case.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to picket. You sure they don't have somewhere else to be from 9 to 5? Oh, probably not.
That's you.
Oh, they're going to come after us next.
Hey, sorry. No, I'm not.
Well.
Come on.
Here's the story.
All right, the pastor of the New Jersey Church cracks about the team. He called them nappy-headed hoes.
Reverend DeForest.
You know what?
I love when they have to say what they said.
That's just funny. Funny's funny.
Nappy-headed hose, and that gets him in all kinds of trouble? Stop it.
It's just...
First of all, a nappy-headed hose, that's used all the time in the black community. And don't say, so's the N-word, but you can't use that. How many words are you going to take away as being offensive when it's rampantly used in your own community? Police your own community that are happening in the black community that should outrage you. Black on black crime is rampant. Rampant. You watch the news, it's like, and that's the thing where Patrice was getting into that Friday. He goes, why are white people so scared? He goes, we're killing each other. Which is true. You watch it on the news, and, you get the occasional old lady getting the old right hook in her walker as she's coming down the stairs. And that's one thing. But the truth of the matter is, black on black crime is just running rampant. You get stories in East New York here and other places that are just known for high crime. And it's a black guy coming up to another black guy and popping him in the head. And that guy gets killed, and there's no outrage. There's no one saying, why is this happening? Let's fix this. They're too busy protesting when Don Imus says nappy-headed hose. That's the big issue in the black community where all the leaders have to come out, and I use the term loosely, leaders, have to come out and voice their opinions on how outrageous this is and call for firings. How about we call for the firings of the black leadership that is doing nothing when it comes to the black community killing each other and robbing each other and raping each other? Where's that outrage? You bunch of hypocrites.
There's Reverend Al Sharpton.
Al Sharpton is one of the biggest lying sacks of crap out there and should be thrown out of the black community. The guy should be run out on a rail of the black community and just left somewhere and say, you're no longer allowed to represent us. You've proven yourself back in the Tawana Brawley days of being a race-baiting, white-hating, race-baiting liar. Him with Maddox and Mason, those two, remember them? How come they got to disappear off the face of the earth because they tripped over their own schlongs when it came to the Tawana Brawley case? And Reverend Al is looked at as a leader? The guy's not a leader. He's a race baiter. Do something real for your community. Do something worthwhile. I'm saying nappy-headed hoe is not hurting the black community. Sorry, it's not. In the big picture, there's plenty of other things. There's probably 8,642 more important things than nappy-headed hoe.
You didn't hear one word of outrage from black people when that little old lady got that pillbox hat punched off her head.
Exactly.
You didn't see.
All right. It was funny to watch.
But you didn't hear like one word from the irrelevant NAACP or from Sharpton. Nothing.
Why didn't they come out and say, why is this happening? Why is this gentleman of color punching an elderly white woman and robbing her? We need to get the answer to this. Is it Imus saying nappy-headed hoe? Is that what caused this? I don't think so.
All right, let's get the news story just to get everyone up to speed.
He punched her a bunch of times, by the way, that old lady. She had a corner man.
A cut man.
Cut me, Gertrude.
The New Jersey church, attended by most of the Rutgers women's basketball team, has vowed to take on Don Imus for his on-air cracks about the team. He called them nappy-headed hoes.
Reverend DeForest Soares Jr. says that he'll picket CBS in Manhattan, which owns Imus's station, WFAN, until he is fired. The Reverend Al Sharpton says he will join the protest.
Imus is scheduled to appear on Sharpton's radio show today, but Sharpton says that will not change his position.
Oh, my God.
Why are they calling for his firing? He did apologize, which, by the way, I don't think he should have. No. And I'm speculating. I don't know anything. We work for the same company, but I don't know anything. I just think there was probably a lot of pressure from corporate. And the only reason I'm saying this is because we've been through this. We know how it is when the corporate gets scared, when a couple of people get together with the likes of Reverend Al. When he gets together and fires off a letter that he's going to protest, corporate runs scared. They run scared and make people apologize, which is crap.
Or they were threatening to go after his guests, and they would start like whatever guests he had on. I mean, maybe that's it.
You know something? Yeah, but it ain't going to happen. If someone would sit out a protest or a boycott and just sit it out and watch what happens, you'd realize nothing happens.
That's why we tell the company to hang in there today. By the way, speaking of protests...
These days.
Yeah, some might work.
I was going to say, these days.
Speaking of protests, you got Jesse Jackson getting involved as well?
Yeah.
And I found this very interesting. Jesse cries foul on Imus, and then it says, plans protest at NBC offices in Chicago.
What happened in Chicago?
Oh, because he's...
How about flying to New York?
How about you fly to New York where he broadcasts?
He doesn't even deem this that important.
So he's planning a protest at the NBC offices in Chicago. Imus basically has nothing to do with the offices in Chicago. He broadcasts his show out of New Jersey, right across the river, actually.
You know, the guy puts on a very informative, intelligent show mixed in with some irreverent and cutting-edge humor. That's what Imus's show is. All the guys on there are very talented, very funny. I mean, who can argue that Imus has had a very long and great career in radio? How the hell do you take one statement that he made, whether you find it offensive or not, whatever the context is, whether it was done in comedy, I absolutely doubt a guy as charitable as Imus is going to do something to be nasty or mean-spirited like that. It's a joke. It comes out. You're flying off the cuff when you're on the radio. And then to call for his firing over this is outrageous. It's ridiculous.
And why is he held to the same standards or morning shows in general as, like, network news?
We don't have the same leeway.
They're not.
It's amazing. But if Nappy-Headed Hose was SNL skit, people on Monday would be like, oh, you watch SNL? That was hilarious. But you do it on a morning show, and we have some kind of strange responsibility when we're doing this crap.
Yeah, all of a sudden,
we shouldn't have any responsibility.
It's not 1950.
We're a bunch of dopes with microphones in front of us that couldn't get real jobs. That's why we're here.
We're not Edward R. Murrow.
Why do we have to have the same standards as, Edward R. Murrow and Walter Cronkite?
We should all come in with suits and cigarettes.
Go F yourselves. And you got black shows that should have no responsibility as well. And let them say whatever the hell they want about us. And
They do.
Yeah, exactly. They
Absolutely do.
But we don't go and protest and picket and call for people's firings. You talked about that station
WLIB when I used to listen to it at work, and nothing but militant hate speech. It was what amounted to hate speech against white people, the white government, white communities. And I would listen, and I'd bite my cheek. I'd be like, oh my God, this is infuriating. But I'd keep listening because it was interesting to see that point of view. One thing I wouldn't do is call up and argue that they should be taken off the air. You know, and they were one of the most racist shows I've ever heard in my life.
And it's not like Imus accused the team of being heterosexual. I mean, then I can
now I can understand some outrage.
You imagine how the college is handling it. Can you imagine? We won't tolerate hate. I would love to see how these little Rutgers douchebags are handling this.
Oh, I'm sure.
Be so melodramatic.
Big to do.
In general, they've got some quotes in the paper over the weekend from the Rutgers players, and they're not that outraged.
How was the rest of the college?
They're really
though?
not.
Are they having sit-ins?
They're okay with it. They're trying to, beat up Imus back and stuff. What I find interesting, we got MSNBC on in the studio here, and Imus has taken off his cowboy hat today.
Yeah, perhaps it's
the serious Imus.
Yeah, perhaps it's a situation where a cowboy hat isn't the right thing.
I noticed he has no cowboy hat today.
No cowboy hat. I'd stay away from any rebel flags.
Hey, let's go to Jimmy in Boston. Jimmy, what's up?
Hey, thank God Sharpton didn't hear Slave Girl.
Oh, what happened to that guy's phone?
Ouch.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Hey, that was a fun show.
I don't know what he's talking about, man. Slave girl. What are you talking about? Hey, here's the audio of Imus doing what he did.
Oh, let's hear it.
To get himself in trouble.
I just read it.
Let's see how unbelievable this was.
That's some rough girls from Rutgers, man. They got tattoos and some hardcore hoes. That's some nappy-headed hoes there. I'm going to tell you that now.
Oh, man.
Man, that's some... Ooh. And the girls from Tennessee, they all look cute, so... kind of like a... I don't know.
Spike Lee thing.
Yeah.
The Jigaboos versus the Wannabes.
Yeah,
that movie that he had.
Yeah, it was a tough.
Do the right thing.
I don't know if I'd have wanted to beat Rutgers or not, but they did, right?
It is a tough watch. The more I look at Rutgers, they look exactly like the Toronto Raptors.
No one's so sad to be funny.
Yeah, I know.
So sad to
absolutely. And know what's scary? That was so innocent. Why is it that? You know how many other things he has said over the years that could have been the thing that blows up, or things we say on our show that could blow up? That's what's so scary about what we do. That, also out of nowhere, that's getting him all this attention.
Innocent.
And did you catch...
And is firing for that?
And Bernie quoted the Jigaboos and the Wannabes. That's from school days. Yeah.
Yep.
It was a Spike Lee, a sarcastic thing he did about the way black people interacted. It was really great. But they would have jumped all over him for that. But they couldn't.
If it wasn't
was
a Spike Lee thing. Right.
And why is that acceptable?
But they are trying to jump all over Bernie for saying that.
Oh, are they?
Oh, yeah. They've kind of lumped that together with the Imus quote.
Oh.
What is wrong?
A bunch of babies now.
With the black community? It used to be tough. What happened? You got a leadership that is just castrated. They will not handle serious, real issues in their community because they'd have to turn that mirror on themselves. And they never, ever want to do that. There's always this, you got to look out and see what white people are doing and somehow twist that into what your problems are. The problem in the black community isn't Don Imus saying nappy-headed hose. Trust me on this. I know I'm white. I'm sorry. It doesn't, maybe I don't understand completely. But I can guarantee you that Imus saying nappy-headed hose is not the brunt of the problems that your resources should now be taken to protest this thing. I think there are much more important things to look at, and perhaps turn your sights on the community itself.
Like Leonard Jeffries, maybe?
Yeah.
Like, when does the NAACP and Sharpton address the horrible things that I think he still works for the University of New York, State City University of New York? Why are they not they're not concerned with what Leonard Jeffries says, and he's not kidding.
Yeah.
That's protected free speech.
That's hate speech.
That's protected free speech.
Yep.
But Imus saying something, obviously in humor. Black people, you are as phony as white people. That's what's happening, is black people have turned into white people.
They're becoming phonies.
You're a bunch of suburban, hypersensitive white women.
How about all the leaders of the NAACP and all the misappropriations of money and I mean, how about protesting that? There are plenty of things you should be looking at before Don Imus.
And here we go. And then Don had to apologize on Friday.
Oh, poor Don. God, you never want to be doing this.
By the way, you're not listening to him. Oh, you're listening to his voice, but you're not listening to him.
It's the actor that plays Don Imus?
He's playing a role, trust me.
I want to take a moment to apologize for an insensitive and ill-conceived remark we made the other morning referring to the Rutgers women's basketball.
Bone dry, yes.
Completely inappropriate, and we can understand why people were offended. Our characterization was thoughtless and stupid. So, we're sorry.
And that should be it. He apologized. That should be it. Move on.
No, fire him.
Move on.
Reverend Al, I want him fired.
Move on. He apologized. It's time to move on.
And he shouldn't have. I mean, I know he probably had to, but he didn't say anything wrong.
Look, we don't know for sure, but that's not Mr. Imus.
No.
That's a voice talking through Mr. Imus.
Karen Mateo had an interesting line. She said something. I mean, a spokesperson for CBS said that it was an inoffensive remark, which was good to, have the spokesperson chime in. Why don't spokespeople ever just say, look, he said it, he was kidding, let it go?
It was in jest, let it go.
Why are all spokespeople, and this is not about Karen, it's about all, they are all like just such wishy-washy corporate people. Don't any of them ever defend the people that...
And they're trying to say that's hate speech and not just comedy, right?
It's comedy.
It's comedy. It's a comedy show. Imus's show is a comedy show. He shouldn't be, I want to say this again, he should not be held to the same standards as network TV and all this other crap.
No, it's comedy. There's a bit of dark comedy thrown in where you can say things like that. It's outrageous. It makes you look at your radio and go, what did he just say? But it's not done in hate. Do you think Don Imus is saying that in hate? Just stop it already.
And you raised a great point. The amount of charity work this guy does for
it's ridiculous.
Kids.
Starting this week.
Starting this week, yeah. And they want him for those self-centered jackasses at the NAACP and Sharpton want this guy fired over a dumb joke and the amount of charity work he does. Can CBS just stick up for him and stop being wishy-washy?
Well, so far so good. We'll see how the week develops here.
How about we see how charitable Reverend Al is? How charitable has he been over the years?
Oh, you mean when they're filming him making those little weird, apparently or allegedly illegal transactions in a hotel room 20 years ago?
One of those abscam-looking videotapes they got with Reverend Al in the room.
All right.
Fat Reverend Al better. I don't like
and Reverend Al, I will never let the Tawana Brawley debacle go, where you destroyed people's careers, lives, over a lie that you knew was a lie.
All right. We got to take a break, but we want to make it perfectly clear we support Mr. Imus today.
Oh, hell yeah.
Big time.
We apologize if we said anything that was
offensive.
At the end of every break, we should apologize, just in case.
Well, you never know. I mean, you're trying to just entertain and make people laugh in the morning, and you're going to say one dumb thing somewhere along the line, and you're going to get in trouble for it. It sucks. It's no way to live.
I mean, in fairness, black people are kind of getting kicked in the teeth with political correctness, too. Like, they're also getting fired and thrown out for, usually it's Asians that they attack and get booed. Everybody is being affected by it. And they've just finally come into, like, a suburban white woman status as far as their sensitivity. So, welcome.
Hey, how do you, babysit a black child? Oh, you heard this one? Yeah.
We'll just
how many black people does it take to, tar a roof? Oh, yeah. You heard that one? Yeah, stupid.
You're a hack when it comes to black jokes.
That's all I know.
Hey, we go to break with the Reverend Al song. Want to do that?
Oh, yeah. This sums it up.
This is an oldie but goodie.
It's an oldie, but boy, is it relevant every time that idiot is on the news.
It's Opie and Anthony.
Who comes running when the cops get out of hand? Who thinks the mayor's in the Ku Klux Klan? Yelling and screaming as he's speaking to a mob. He wears expensive suits, but he doesn't have a job. job. Reverend Al, Reverend Al, he's your pal. Reverend Al, well, he's sapping off the people in his own community.
Why is the white man always picking on me?
He's got a fat belly and his hair's full of grease. We hear his battle cry,
no justice, no peace.
The man with a plan who you know you can trust. The portly little reverend with an ass just like a buzzy. Reverend Al, Reverend Al, he's your pal. Reverend Al, he looks like James Brown with too many calories.
Now why is the white man always picking on me?
Remember Bernie Getz in the Brawley case? Turn on the TV, you would always see his face. He's speeding in his limo to another homicide to make the network news with the family by his side. Reverend Al, Reverend Al, he's your pal. Reverend Al, on the never-ending search for some good publicity.
Why is the white man always picking on me?
Reverend Al,
I'm Reverend Al.
He's Reverend Al.
I'm Reverend Al.
He's Tommy Brown.
I'm hungry.
He's Reverend Al.
Reverend Al.
He will represent your family and he doesn't charge a fee.
Now, as long as the footage makes it on the TV.
Reverend Al.
I'm Reverend Al.
He's Reverend Al.
I'm your pal.
Well, he's your pal.
That's right, Reverend Al.
Reverend Al.
I'm Reverend Al.
He's a race-baiting, white-hating bag of baloney.
Now, why is the white man always picking on me?
Reverend Al.
Yeah, I'm Al.
He's Reverend Al.
I'm Reverend Al.
Well, he's your pal.
I'm your pal.
Reverend Al.
Reverend Al.
Hear what everyone else is talking about. O&A Uncut and Live, continuing the show on XM Satellite Radio starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. Visit xmradio.com to subscribe.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. The virus is spreading. Opie and Anthony! Killer Comedy is coming to Vegas. The Opie and Anthony Traveling Virus is kicking off on Saturday, April 14th at the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. And the guys will be broadcasting live at the Hard Rock starting at 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern. After the broadcast, make sure you tune in to Bodog Bites Clash of the Nations, only on pay-per-view. 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. Killer comedy followed by real killers beating the hell out of one another. It's the mixed martial arts event of the year. Go to bodogfight.com for more info. Opie and Anthony.
Good morning, and welcome to the Opie and Anthony Show.
So a black guy and a
He's still telling jokes.
Puerto Rican are in a car. Who's driving? Yeah. Oh, shut up, stupid.
You never say the punchline. You a little scared today?
Yeah.
You're
yeah.
scared to pull the trigger today?
I apologize for the punchlines. I didn't mean it.
Now on your show, you're just not going to do the punchlines, right?
Yeah.
Hey, America stinks.
Or maybe I'll just do the punchlines. You put Velcro on the ceiling. Yeah. Stupid. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
All right.
Inappropriate punchline.
Mr. Imus, just do punchlines today. You won't get in trouble if you just do punchlines.
Okay. One, if you slice them thin enough. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Just keep saying sorry.
An empty boat. All right. What do you call it? A good start. Yeah. Oh, shut up, jerk. All right, I apologize.
All right, very good.
Yeah. It has a bite taken out of it. Yeah. Shut up. Shut up, stupid.
All right.
I apologize.
Let me tell you why America sucks on this fine Monday morning.
Hey,
maybe not. Yes, Mr. Imus.
What do you call a black doctor? Yeah. All right, shut up, jerk.
Wait, I thought you were supposed to just do punchlines.
Well,
I know, exactly. I want to see how brave Mr. Imus is with his punchlines.
Hey, you ever see a black guy on the Jetsons? Yeah. Okay, stupid.
You should have just did the punchline of that one. That would have been safe.
What, the future looks bright? I apologize.
All right, I'll tell you why America sucks.
Waddle doodle.
Waddle doodle to you, Mr. Imus.
Bone dry, linger longer, jerk.
Well, we're watching Mr. Imus. Everyone's watching Mr. Imus today. And
yeah.
You don't have your cowboy hat on today. What's that about?
My kid's bike. Yeah. You throw them a basketball. Stupid. No wonder they do. No.
No. Hey, let's say hi to Amanda.
Hi, guys.
Amanda's a regular caller to the Opie and Anthony show.
Doesn't always agree with us, but we like Amanda.
The first few times she called, she was yelling and screaming, and she, quite frankly, was very, very scary. And then the last couple of times, she's been very nice. So I don't know where she is.
She's a lovely Nubian princess who is married or engaged to a white guy.
Yes.
Yeah, to a white guy. But she really gets upset sometimes on our tirades.
On our Are you a nappy-headed hoe?
I'm not a hoe. Maybe I have nappy hair.
Yeah.
But I'm not a hoe.
Were you bothered by what Imus said, or did you not care?
You know what? I thought it was stupid, but it didn't really affect my life as a black person.
As a black person, you hear that, right? Like, can't you tell where that's coming from, whether the joke was a good joke or not?
You know what? It was a bad joke, but I don't think he is a hateful person with a, pitchfork. So... Right. I just wanted to say one thing. Don't yell over me. I just wanted to say one thing. I don't agree with Al Sharpton at all. I think he is actually bad for our community. Mm-hmm. I don't think he comes out when there are real issues in our community, like the Madison Square Garden riot.
Oh, my God, yeah.
I do think he should have made a statement about it. I think he helps in keeping our race down. So I do agree with you guys when you guys talk about that. But I think it was Jimmy talking about the black guy who mugged the poor little white lady and beat her up. That is not just a problem with the black community. I think that's a problem with the world. I think the problem with the black community was the Madison Square Garden issue.
No, I'll agree with that. I only said that as an example of how selective a guy like that, or even the NAACP is, when they pick on such minute, unimportant things.
I agree with you. I think Al Sharpton would love to be considered Martin Luther King or X, but that's not who he is. He likes the media. He likes attention, and I think he uses the black people to get that attention.
Oh, absolutely. He has been for years.
I don't think he's a leader as far as I'm concerned.
No.
And you're right, the garden is a better example, because chances are the guy hitting that old lady was probably a drug thing. That was probably
exactly.
Get drug money.
I think the better example was the young kids in Madison Square Garden. That was disgusting. And that's when I think black leaders should have come out and say something. There's something going on in our community that we're not facing, and it's not always the white man doing something. I'm not saying I don't think you guys are racist bitches.
Right.
Okay.
That a girl.
Fair enough.
But I'm just saying we need to focus on ourselves and stop looking at what's going on with you guys.
Yeah, I think what Imus said is so just insignificant in the problems that there are so many bigger problems. Yeah, why when you get Madison Square Garden full of young black men and women, does a riot break out like that? What was the cause of that?
I think that's what we should focus on. If Al Sharpton wanted to make a real difference, he would start there. That's where you can make a difference. You could change the way the world perceives us, but you need to make a difference with the young community. And that's when he should have come. He should have gone to their school. He should have spoken to them about that.
Although, Amanda, in fairness, people could argue the same way that that's also a world problem, because when you look at sporting events, you look around the world, I mean, like the way they behave soccer fans.
Soccer.
Yeah.
But I'm not worried about them.
Yeah, exactly. You got to kind of concentrate on this country. There are different races act differently depending on what part of the world they're in. Exactly. It's just the way it is, you know?
I'm really talking about this country, and I mean, I'm not American, so I'm not African American, so we don't have the same issues and the same views. I mean, they hate when I say that, but I come from a different country where we know that, there are racist white people, but
where?
You know what? You're in America.
Yeah, where you come from?
I'd rather not say.
Why?
I kind of...
I just know I'm just from the Caribbean. I just don't want a lot of people to know who I am.
Caribbean, that's cool.
Okay.
But the point is, we know there are racist white people, but we don't use that as a crutch to be complete asinine bastards.
You have to understand, too, white people have a burden, too. Do you know what it's like every time there's sunshine or a good deed when people go, must be the work of a white fella?
Yeah. Hey, more importantly, I want Amanda to play Slave Girl with us.
I don't think that's going to be happening.
What happened? What happened?
I don't think Amanda wants to play that game.
Slave Girl?
It's just a bit we get into every once in a while on the show.
It's actually, and it's so innocent. It's, you know how they do Civil War reenactments?
Uh-huh.
You can go to Gettysburg.
So I should go be a slave girl?
And they do Civil War reenactments, and they're very entertaining and stuff. We just decided Friday to do a little reenactment of what might have taken place during a pre-Civil War into the Civil War days. That's all.
There you go.
Was there, my thing is, as I said again, I can't stand Al Sharpton. I always wanted to say it.
All right. Thank you, Amanda.
Amanda's got no credibility.
None at all. None.
And black people hate when he's lumped in as a black leader. Like the black people are always like, we didn't elect this guy. He's just a big mouth.
Black people are looking for a strong leader. No one's been able to pick up the ball after Martin Luther King to that extent. No one's really been able to pick up the ball and run with it and be as much of a crossover. Oh, sure, there were, believe me, plenty of people that hated him. He ended up dead. But no one has that credibility that he had with the black community.
Huey P. Newton did. And a couple of those guys in the Panthers did. And
yeah. But that's another problem. Like, I don't think Huey was much of a crossover guy.
No, he was just too liberal for the Jews liked him. And got a rough one.
Hey, Imus is all
Huey.
It's all about Imus's first hour. Imus talks about the nappy comments. Here we go. This is from this morning's show.
Friday morning on this program, I apologize for the remarks that we made and I made about the Rutgers women's basketball team. And I didn't provide any context, and I didn't think it was appropriate at that time, or is there at any time, to provide any excuses or to even provide a context. But that was before there'd been any newspaper articles written. And in light of...
He's panicking. You can hear it in his voice. This sucks. The I-Man shouldn't have to panic ever.
No.
He's done nothing but entertain people for 30 years.
Had a long, illustrious career in radio, and he shouldn't have to apologize like this.
He's on the fence right now. He doesn't know what's going to happen. You could hear it in his voice.
Hey,
it sucks.
Hey, Don, we've been there.
We've been there, buddy.
Oh, man.
This company better for once stand by their people and ride this thing out.
This guy does so much charity work, does so much stuff for sick kids. And if this company or if MSNBC lets him go or buckles to the pressure of these stupid organizations, you should just be spit on.
All right, let's go back to the audio.
Newspaper articles written. And in light of... my feeling over the weekend, and I've talked to everyone, including the athletic director at Rutgers, Bob Mulcahy. I've talked to Harold Ford 10 times. I talked to Reverend Forrest Soares last night, and he is making an attempt to get me together at my request with the women from Rutgers, the coach, and perhaps their parents. So we'll see what happens there. But
wow, Don.
What?
I do think that it's important that if no one else understands it, these young women understand the context in which this is set. Not that it excuses the remarks, and please don't anybody think that anything I say this morning is an attempt to minimize the repulsiveness of the description of these women. It's not. But any reasonable person would agree that context and some proportionality is crucial.
Wow. He's really nervous.
Okay, now I'm calling for Don's firing.
Yes.
I don't like how wishy-washy he's gotten.
Oh, my God. He's like Johnny Fontaine.
Johnny Fontaine. You can act like a man. What's the matter with you? I want to slap him.
There's a little panic in his voice this morning. The
yeah.
gulping and the dry mouth. And,
jeez.
If he fired out an N-bomb at somebody angrily, then I can understand this kind of panic. But in the context of a joke where he's laughing and just, it's so obvious his intentions are not to be vicious.
Getting together with the Rutgers team, their parents, Reverend, I'm looking for Shirley Hempel.
I want to apologize. Mabel King's legs. I want to apologize to everybody. I don't care if you have a tan. Come here and I'll say I'm sorry.
George Hamilton.
Mr.
George Hamilton. I apologize.
Can you apologize to everyone that went and saw Are We Done Yet over the weekend? Because that's they need an apology too.
God, Don. You could slow down on the apologies a little. I think you did a good enough job.
Yeah, no kidding.
You don't have to go. I actually, I want to go on tour and apologize to every black person in the country, personally.
He just wants to walk down the street and apologize to every black person he sees.
Hi, Don Imus. I'm sorry. Next. Hello, anyone home? I'm sorry, Don Imus.
All right, hey, Imus says he's not a racist. This always sucks when you gotta go.
Never good when you have to say, I'm not a racist. It's never good.
Oh, God. We played the comment earlier that got him in trouble. Obviously, it was just done with humor in mind. Nowhere's near any type of hate speech.
If you read these newspaper articles and you read that phrase, you think, well, this guy's a racist. Well, I'm not a racist, and I'm not a bigot. But they don't know that. They don't have any reason not to know that. And when I'm done and when I say and explain the context and what we do on this program and what I do and my wife does in our life and how we conduct our life and who we conduct our life with, am I saying that and then do I want these young women do I want you to walk away from this and say, oh, well, okay, then it was okay he said that. No, that is not what this is about. But there's a difference between premeditated murder and a gun going off accidentally. I mean, somebody still gets shot, but the charges are low.
And there's also a difference between
sucks that he has to
premeditated murder, the going off accidentally, and then just saying something to somebody, which is what you did.
Shooting a spitball.
It was harmless.
It was harmless. It was nothing. There's so much oversensitivity now in the black community, in every race, really. There's so much oversensitivity that when you say anything, gays especially the same thing. You say something that really, in the whole scheme of things, means nothing. It's not hurting anybody. It's a humor, and they want to jump on and just. I want you fired. I want your career and your life pretty much ended because of this nothing thing you said.
Over one dumb 2-second line that was meant to be humorous.
And instead of just coming out, if they ask black people, what did you think of that? They go, that was kind of a stupid joke. That's all it should have been.
Yeah.
There's nothing. And Spike Lee, we talked about during the break, who I love. I mean, I think his racial stuff is great.
Yeah.
But why is that acceptable to black people? And yet I'm saying something using race somehow. Why is that unacceptable?
I'm going to go out on a limb here because Spike's black.
All right. Good point. I hadn't noticed.
Pretty much it.
I'm so colorblind, I didn't know.
Well,
say I know.
This last clip's
Jimmy's all inclusive.
This last clip,
he'll pay for a prostitute no matter what color she is.
She's half and half.
Doesn't matter.
Vitiligo. Come on, you leopard.
Leopard.
This last clip is going to drive you nuts. We'll drive you nuts. We'll drive you nuts.
Oh no.
Imus sounds like he's in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Like they got to him.
Yeah, it's just like Chief. My papa was a big man.
Right. They got to Mr. Imus.
Oh, no.
And Reverend Al has been gracious enough, and I actually mean that, to allow me to appear on his radio program this afternoon. Now, it's not going to be, he still wants me to be fired, and that's his right.
Oh, my God.
And it's not going to be... And it's not going to be easy, but I'm not looking for it to be easy, and it shouldn't be easy. But I am grateful for the opportunity to at least present my case to Reverend Sharpton and his audience.
Oh my God!
Imus ventured into the world of shock jockdom, and he doesn't really know how to respond to it.
I'd be less hurt if he came out of the closet and admitted that it was him in a Michael Jackson outfit for all those years.
That's the beauty of Imus over the years. He says all this crap, and he doesn't worry about it.
No one really called him out on it. And an article came out just recently, and I read it. Can't tell you where or who it was. It was a while ago. Why is Don Imus untouchable? Why is he like the Teflon jock? He gets away with saying all these things and no one ever calls him out on it. Is it because he has these politicians on? And I think that article might have gotten people to start listening to him and go, okay, when he says something, we're going to call him out on it.
You're right.
And instantly just, the first thing he said that had anything racial to it, they jumped on him.
Why is it? This is what I want to know. Like guys like Imus, it seemed like at one point they wouldn't have went after him because he wouldn't have cared. It seems like they only go after you. Like the St. Pat's thing is different. That was a behavior. That was an action. There was an arrest. But when spoken word, it seems they only go after you when they know they can hurt you. Like all the awful things that are said on this show, and not just on the XM side, but here that are just said to be funny. Why is there no calls? I mean, people can say, people listening. There's enough people listening where people are bothered by it.
No,
they know they wouldn't get an apology.
Eventually,
cared.
Eventually, it's going to happen to us.
Eventually,
we're going to say something stupid, and that's going to be the thing. To the kids out there that want to get into this business, don't bother. You could have an unbelievable career like Mr. Imus, and one lousy line, and your whole career is blown up.
Here's what it is.
It's ridiculous.
The company has to back you up because they have to realize that these boycotts and these protests will not do anything. Look at the big picture. Look a month down the road. Don't look at tomorrow. Don't look at the threats that are being made by these what amount to terrorists. They're terrorizing your company and your personalities, threatening them with their jobs and livelihood over what amounts to what you're free to say, what the Constitution says you are free to say. It's offensive, sure, but there's a freedom to say it. And what they're doing is terrorizing the companies by saying, we're threatening you, we're holding you hostage until you do what we tell you to do as far as this personality is concerned. We want him fired. And the companies really have to realize nothing will come of this if they leave it for a month. It will just go away. Some other thing will pop up. They'll all run to that cause, and they'll leave your guy alone.
How about the whole 50 Cent game war where some 14-year-old was allegedly beaten up by... Why don't you concentrate on that and worry about that problem?
Because it turns the mirror on their own community, and that's one thing they don't want to do. It's got to be... The blame has to be somewhere outside. No matter how small and innocent it was, you got to pick it up and make it the big issue.
Let's go to Vic. Vic, what's going on? Black dude, what's up?
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Vic.
Listen... The black people as a whole don't agree with Al Sharpton. No one likes Al Sharpton. And black people as a whole don't find people like Imus racist or you guys racist. You know something? Anthony, I bodyguarded your brother at a show. Jimmy, you and I have a friend in common. No one cares what Al Sharpton said. And the masses of black people aren't speaking out. The media is focusing on what Sharpton is saying. And honestly, the people the company that wants to fire Imus, the people that run that company are probably more racist than any of us will ever be.
Mm-hmm. Vic, let me ask you a question. As a black guy, you hear someone say something, it's almost like when you say to someone like, man, I'll kill you, or I'll kill you. The intent of where they're coming from when they say it is usually obvious. I mean, and as a black guy, you hear that. You don't think this guy is really being horrible when you hear him laughing and being stupid, do you?
Dude, I know when something is said as a joke, and I know when something is said to be malicious.
Well, apparently Reverend Al doesn't think you do. And Jesse Jackson doesn't think black people have the capacity to identify when somebody is joking and someone is authentically speaking out of hate and anger and violence. Apparently these leaders don't think you guys are capable of figuring this out yourself.
First off, they're not leaders.
Right. Yep.
They're people that came up in a time where, you know something, the thoughts that they have were relevant.
Mm-hmm.
When they came up, those thoughts were relevant. Nowadays, those thoughts aren't relevant, and they really need to fall back and let us deal with our own. Because, you know something, I don't find anything wrong with what Imus said. Personally, in other situations, like with the police officers, if I feel someone has a gun, I'm going to shoot him.
All right. Thank you, Vic.
Thanks a lot, Vic.
Thank you. We got to move on because we're late for a break.
Got a Imus clip right here.
Yeah.
I was only joking.
There you go. All right. It's okay then.
I was only joking.
Okay.
Hey,
Case closed.
Hey there, Imus.
Really fast before the break, because we're going to try to move on to other things today. I want to thank David Hinckley for dragging me into the Imus story. Out of nowhere. Like all of New York, because, you know, the newspaper in general, you read an article here or there, but everyone's going to read the Imus stuff, and I'm featured in one of the stories here.
Great.
And it's a little story I told on the air here that I guess Mr. Hinckley never forgot. But he basically, in his column, is talking about, it was noted on Jesse Jackson's show, that had 50 Cent made the same remark, no one would have noticed, and that similar comments have been heard on hip-hop radio. So if you're black, you could say nappy-headed hoe, but if you're white, you better not say nappy-headed hoe. But while Jackson and others warned that this helped put offensive phrases into general circulation, there was unanimous agreement on black radio yesterday that Imus had no license to pick it up and say it. Even though a black guy... That's what drives us crazy.
More separation. That's the key to us all getting along in this country. A little more separatism.
I think that's beyond insane when you say, look, I'm black, that's why I could say the N-word and I could say all these other things, but if you're white, you better not say any of these words.
Let's all get together as a nation and a people, but let's make us separate.
We can say it, you can't.
That is insane in America.
Yet, if there's one thing, what are white people allowed to say that black people can't? How about that? You want to have a certain set of rules?
There's nothing.
Why not?
Because the second you try to say something like that, you become a white separatist.
Oh, right, you're right.
But black people, when they say pick and choose what they can say and white people can't, you don't look at that as separatism.
That's unity in the community.
Right. There you go.
There you go.
The article continues. Their response echoed a recent story by morning co-host Opie. Opie used to play basketball every day in his neighborhood, he said, and the black players regularly called each other the N-word. So after one of the teammates hit a nice shot, Opie said he incorporated the N-word into his congratulations. As he described it, the word was barely out of his mouth when he was flattened.
Flattened, yeah.
Flattened.
I learned, he said, the fact they used it didn't make it okay for me to use it. That's not what I said, by the way. I was amazed that
you got flattened.
Right, for saying that to a friend, by the way, because everyone else on the basketball court was using it. Whatever.
But, the fact that when you point something like that to Jesse Jackson, who just irritates me, you point something like that out to him, and then his excuse isn't, he can't just go, oh yeah, that is true. Well, that didn't give him no, that's not the issue, stupid.
Yeah.
Why don't you and your stupid two wide eyes for your face? He looks like a South Park character. I've had enough of Jesse Jackson. Why don't you address the fact that black people are saying it and go after them?
And how come that whole Hymietown thing got so played down?
Well,
like every time people brought it up when he was running for president, they said, well, this is a guy who called New York City Hymietown. Horrible anti-Semitic slur that he used. And the explanation was, it was so long ago. Don't even worry about it. He's so changed. You think that would actually wash in the black community if it was reversed? If somebody said an awful racial slur against black people and then was running for office, that the black people wouldn't be outraged and calling for this guy's immediate dismissal from his running for office? It's just there's this awful double standard and hypocrisy.
You could also make the argument, real quick, that that there are racist white people that like guys like Sharpton and Jesse Jackson because they're clowns and they're really no threat to get anything done.
Right.
They're not viable black leaders. They're not Malcolm X.
All right, we got a break. We're really, really late. Quickly, I just want to make it perfectly clear, by the way, that I am not related to Don Imus.
That's right.
I want to make it perfectly clear. Oh, it's been fun and games. He's my father and all that. He might have banged my mom at an Islander game back in the early 70s. But today I want to make it perfectly clear that I have no relationship with Mr.
Oh, how could you sell the man out like that when he needs you the most?
It was all fun and games, but if you look closely, we don't look anything alike.
You're a horrible son.
He does not look like my father in any way.
Terrible son.
And how could you say he's not my dad, even though he banged my mom in the early 70s?
Well, that's what he 70s. Hey, he gave me the props. He said early 70s at an Islander game. So I'm not going to argue the point.
Yeah, a son should stand by his father in these troubled times, Opie. That's terrible.
All right, just hit that. It's Opie and Anthony.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. The Opie and Anthony virus.
That's right, it's the Opie and Anthony Show. The O&A virus spreading across America. The argument, the discussion continued through the break with the one, the only, Tom Chiusano. Representing the corporate side, I guess. I don't know.
Many different points of views in this room.
Just let him be, because if we talk too much, he's going to come walking back down the hall.
Tom's shaking his fist and saying the only answer is separation of the races. I mean, that was just a little much.
Hey, what else is America talking about today? I guess it's the 4th anniversary of the U.S. troops capturing Baghdad.
Hey, how about that?
So we get to see the video of the statue going down.
Uh-huh.
That was supposed to be so much more dramatic 4 years ago when we finally captured Baghdad and we yanked down the statue of Saddam Hussein.
They couldn't get him off that pole.
They were really hoping for a dramatic, like, the thing falls to the ground, big, huge noise and dust everywhere.
Yeah.
Instead, it just went...
tipped over.
And got stuck halfway down.
Should have known right then and there, this might be a problem.
Yeah. But that was 4 years ago today, believe it or not.
Oof.
You'll see that video all over the TV. Also, some dude named Zach Johnson won the Masters, so there's a lot of jokes today in the paper about Masters and Johnson.
No, there isn't.
And Tiger came in second. He kind of blew it at the end there. Mets home opener today, whatever. That's important for the New Yorkers. What else? Weekend.
You know what they call Tiger Woods? A good golfer.
See, it's the new Imus.
Yeah.
The safe Imus.
Apologize.
The safe Imus.
Sorry. Jerk.
Also.
Stupid.
Also, we laughed because we didn't think this was possible, but it did happen.
You put a help wanted sign in the window. A few more punchlines.
I understand.
Yeah.
If you just do the punchlines, you'll be okay. Are you ready there, Mr. Imus?
An oil spill. Yeah. That's a funny one. Yeah. Oh, shut up, stupid.
At the box office. Oh, we pushed hard too for the boys, but and we joked about this. We said this is impossible, but it just shows you how dumb America is in general. Are We Done Yet? A movie with Ice Cube that got 0 stars pretty much across the board. The reviews on this thing were beyond awful. What did Rotten Tomatoes give it? Like a 16 rating out of 100, something like that.
Is that good?
A 9.
9. It went down.
9. That means 91% of all reviews across America said this movie blows. Okay? Grindhouse got just amazing reviews by the same movie reviewers. And as Americans, we decided that we needed to see Are We Done Yet over Grindhouse. That is unbelievable. Grindhouse got an 83% good review rating.
I'm happy about that.
Why?
Because I liked Grindhouse, and I think that Ice Cube's movie probably stinks, but I do like the fact that nobody listened to the critics. That I kind of like. Even though in this case they probably should have.
I think it's a bigger issue. We were talking about this last week.
Doing as a nation?
Well, they show you a dumb commercial for this movie, and as Americans, we don't do any of our own research, and we're like, must see, Are We Done Yet? Like a bunch of lemmings, and we march to the theater.
The trailer looked awful. The advertisement in the paper looked awful. It was this big half a page and full page of just the Ice Cube falling backwards on a ladder with a goofy look on his face, and his family peeking around the house smiling, and a raccoon on the ladder, and a paint bucket that's fallen on the ground. It just looked stupid.
And we played the trailer, Jimmy. It was so uncomfortable to listen. Oh, you were here? I wasn't sure if you were in Miami already.
I laughed a lot.
No,
I did.
Shut up, you didn't.
Remember the part, I saw this, I hope I can say this out loud. He's in the woods. You know, black people in the woods are not as common, so it's kind of like person out of place thing.
Yeah.
And he sees the deer, and the deer's eyes open, and his eyes open, and they go that way, and they run away, you know.
Well, here's your top movies for the weekend. You got Grindhouse in 4th place. You got Are We Done Yet in 3rd place. You got Meet the Robinsons. And then, finally, Blades of Glory just kicking ass at the box office. Number 1 again this week.
That bastard makes a lot of money.
Will Ferrell?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, so, I don't get it. I mean, you can't even compare the two movies. But like I said, you see the commercial, and you got to be lemming and just march to the theater and see it. I don't. We're lame as Americans. Lame. And then, did you have something, Jimmy?
No. I wanted to say that black movies and white. See, black movies. It's almost like a Spanish station in a city. It's like black people are mostly going to go see black movies. It's kind of a weird way to look at it. You can't. You have to compare that to other black movies. You compare that to Grindhouse, because all black people are not going to run out and see Grindhouse.
Yeah.
They'll see it, but just not in opening weekend.
Why go see The Cube, though, like that?
I don't know.
Oh, God. Oh, that's disturbing to me.
And Grindhouse was awesome. It was a great movie. Tarantino movie was pro-female. Lunacy, can't believe you liked it.
Who said lunacy? It's a good word.
Michael in Brooklyn.
Yeah, I said lunacy.
Hi, Mike.
Yeah.
Hey there, Mike.
Why? What's up?
I went to see it. The first showing Friday. It was a high noon showing here in Brooklyn.
Ooh.
Really crowded theater. Lots of blacks. Lots of everybody. Really mixed crowd. A lot of walked out during Tarantino's movie.
Did they like the first one?
I can't believe you guys were just kissing his ass so much last week. His movie is god awful.
I didn't think it was dude. Yes, we were kissing his ass because we love him.
Because he's Tarantino.
But also,
it's not like this is his first movie.
It's not like this movie got panned. I mean, a lot of people who have seen this movie really loved it. Some people, I thought the order was a little weird, but I didn't think it deserved to be trashed.
What about?
Why are you screaming?
Hold on. Before you remember, you're talking about a movie that got a 90% positive review across America.
Two different movies. There's two different movies.
I would say the first movie was better than the second, but I enjoyed both movies. Absolutely, and I enjoyed that his movie had a nice little twist at the end instead of the same old effing ending that you get from horror movies.
How straight men could you guys be defending that movie?
You know what? Because I'm confident in my sexuality, you ass. I can handle a woman getting the upper hand every once in a while. There's nothing wrong with that.
Is that being homo?
Don't challenge us as straight men, you dope.
Dude,
come over here. I'll kiss you on the mouth.
If you didn't like the ending because it was pro-female, that's your business. But to challenge us as straight men, you're nuts.
Well, I've had a few experiences. Dude, I think that the films, your argument would probably be more valid if you said the film should have been reversed. Maybe Tarantino should have went first for pacing reasons.
But yeah, it was awful in so many respects. Just way too talky. They're completely pretentious.
I told Jimmy that a couple of scenes could have been cut down just a little bit, so I'm not going to argue that point with you. But I think the car chases were amazing. I thought the ending with the nice twist was really funny and cool and different.
I'll tell you what
and I think Stuntman Mike as a character was just awesome.
What I didn't like about it, I'll tell you what I didn't like about it. I felt that both movies, neither one of them had the pressure of the plot, because they were both just a bunch of scenes that were kind of put there to lead up to something cool. So that kind of removed some of the pressure to have like a steady plot through the whole thing. That's my only criticism of it.
But still, the first one is so much fun, even though the plot was so thin. I mean, it was an example of how great it could be, and it's worth it to go buy the ticket to see that first one and the trailers. But there was something incredibly deranged about this Tarantino character. His last two movies, he's on this complete, like anti-male trip.
Maybe it's just different for him as an artist to write female characters, because you're writing for all these, like, look at the Reservoir Dogs. Look at Pulp Fiction. He's written so many strong or interesting male characters.
The first two movies were good. They were so much different than everything else that came out.
True Romance, and also True Romance he wrote. And he also wrote, he's annoyed now, but he wrote the Natural Born Killers. He's written a lot of great things.
Yeah, he's always...
The early stuff is good. He's gone into...
Kill Bill, both Kill Bills were supposedly very good movies.
You gotta respect the guy that he comes up with a new spin on the same old movie.
As if the American woman needs any more encouragement to be...
Oh, wow, this guy's...
All right, you're scared of the female.
Dude, what's wrong with American women? Hold on, what's wrong with American women having some encouragement? Seriously, I'm not even kidding.
I was saying as if they need more encouragement to be more obnoxious and charmless and gender...
It's not like they're going to be grabbing samurai swords and cutting us up. Don't worry, sir.
Yeah, dude, what's your issue with women? Is mommy a little cold? Do you like foreign women? Like Spanish girls or Filipino girls?
Foreign women are more interesting.
Why? How are they more interesting? Besides the fact they were sent here on a lot of them on a slave ship and have to pay off debts in a Yankee cranky shop. How are they more interesting?
No.
Seriously.
It's not a mommy issue.
Okay.
It's some weird gender war issue, that for some weird reason he's completely
Are you
on the female side? It's
wait a minute, it's not a.
We're talking about you now.
Yeah, we're talking about you. Are you secure with your sexuality?
Yes.
All right. So what's the problem seeing a girl kick ass? What is the problem with that?
Mike, seriously,
what was the problem in Kill Bill seeing those girls just completely kick ass? It was completely different than every other movie you've seen in that genre that came before it. What's wrong with Quentin Tarantino having a different spin on things?
Where does this weird resentment... Look, I resent women sometimes, too. I'm not going to lie to you. And it's because I got shot down a lot in high school. It's my own crap. I know what it is. And there's times where it comes out and I'm annoyed at women. What is your thing with women? Seriously, I'm not even breaking your balls. I'm asking you.
I don't think it's a thing with women. It's just I don't feel like I have a thing with women. It's the American woman has become so unfun to be around and so charmless. And
how do you mean charmless?
Like gender power kind of trip that they're on. And, either you agree with me or you don't. I mean,
well, I'm asking you more to clarify, because I don't know if I disagree with you, but I just know that my resentments of women come because as a group, they're the ones that could devastate me more than anybody, and they always make me feel worthless because I can't have the ones I want typically. I mean, that's where my stuff has come from.
Yeah, you're not showing any examples of why you feel like that.
This movie obviously hit a nerve with you. I watched the movie and went, this is kind of cool and different. Yeah, that's all I was thinking as I left the theater.
Your statement is leading me to believe this is transcending just the movie.
Right.
Yeah, of course, because I mean,
all right. So with that said, what
media has, transcends itself because it's communicating to such a large, population of people, and it informs the whole psychology of the whole culture. I think the whole country.
He's not talking about himself.
No, you're not being honest about why you feel that way. Like I don't believe the whole charmless thing,
Michael. We'll give you another chance later on this morning. You got to get your thoughts together here.
Yes, please.
Answer you. We're going to hang up. If you want to call back, that would be great. We're not blowing you off, but, answer Jimmy's question. The question once again.
I'm asking you, what exactly is it, like, in your personal life or your experiences with women that's giving you this weird vibe? Because don't just stop putting it off on the media and this and that. I explained why I have my weird things.
It off because why does it have to be internalized into something personal?
Because you just said there's a gender war.
Cultural issues, cultural matters.
It's not a gender war, dude.
You sound panicky, like every movie that comes out from now on has to have the women just being completely empowered.
Or that whatever world you're living in, these women are like Amazons and they're, emasculating the men
And you're saying things like American women are charmless and power hungry, and foreign women, maybe he equates foreign women with being slightly more submissive. I don't know. I'm actually curious as to why.
You're not giving an example of in real life what women are doing that is giving them this power and no charm and no sense of humor.
So please.
It's just from living here in New York City and the way that men and women talk to each other, at work and just in all aspects. It's just a lack of respect for men, kind of.
Well, people that live in New York City in general stink.
Yes, they're awful. Do you get shot down a lot, dude? I mean, look, I have in my life. I'm not lying. I've been shot.
Yeah, my fair share also. But I know when something is coming from, an irrational place within inside me, and I don't think this is where it's coming from. I'm talking about some totally weird, totally beyond all boundaries, anti-male kind of sensibility. And our society is becoming too feminized. And then there's this weirdo Tarantino coming out of nowhere with this extreme anti-male sensibility.
It's not You're right. You're right about the society becoming a bunch of moes. We really are. That's a good point you're making. But Tarantino is just a filmmaker trying to do something different and interesting because he's made strong male characters. You're confusing the two. You're taking what a guy did. Maybe it didn't work for you, but you're making that like it's this giant social issue, and it's not. Alice Crandon was a feminist since the 50s. She was smashing her fat husband.
All right, listen, Michael, we got to go. All right.
Okay, all right.
We'll agree to disagree on this one, okay?
All right. I'll see you through a hole in a stall somewhere in the rest area.
All right.
By the way, can I point out one little story which has been making me chortle all morning?
Chortle.
Indian severs off his genitals.
Ooh, how?
A 29-year-old man identified as a Chandra has been admitted to this hospital. He allegedly severed his penis inside his home. And I don't know where a Fintos is, but he learned his wife wanted to marry another man. And the Daily quoting a security source, the man, she got a letter from her, said she wanted to divorce him, marry someone else, so he cut his penis off and they couldn't put it back. And I'm just thinking,
wow.
Idiot.
That's probably actually That's like less than she would have gotten in the divorce. But I don't know why men react this way to a woman.
Idiot.
Whenever you hear, and they couldn't put it back.
Yeah.
It's like, now what do you do?
Yeah.
The doctor just looks down and goes,
If you had to do that to yourself, would you do it with a knife and saw, or would you just put it with an axe, like one shot, and sever cleanly all the tendons?
I wouldn't. There's no situation where you can make me say how I would do it because it's so out of...
No, there's got to be a way to do it, and if you're going to do it...
I'm holding it right now just with this conversation.
Jimmy, I'll answer your question. I would take a tuna fish can. I would make sure it's very rusty, the lid. And then have at it.
So you get an infection and die.
Yeah, why not?
Shortly after.
Because there's no reason to live after that.
Or I would do it like my fingers, like Doc did in Escape from Alcatraz. Chop his fingers off, and then Clint Eastwood plinked them into a little wood box.
Plinked.
All right, we got a break. We're going to catch up a little bit.
I'm going to go straighten Tom out in that office.
Yeah.
Hey, who saw The Sopranos last night? It's Opie and Anthony.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
The virus is spreading. Opie and Anthony.
We're back with the Opie and Anthony Show. Jimmy, guess what we saved for you? Because you were on the road last week.
Kisses?
No kisses today. Henry Winkler PSA from 1984.
Oh.
Fonzie. We saved that one for you, old Jimmy Norton.
Yay.
We're going to get to that in a little bit.
Hey, can I put out a quick request? I need a fat girl for Wednesday. I'm doing the photo cover.
What?
I'm doing the photo shoot for my book cover, and I need a fat girl to be on the cover.
Attention, fat girls.
You will be paid.
We need you. Jimmy needs you. Oh, you're going to be paid, too, huh?
Oh, yeah, it's a paid gig.
Attention, fatzos.
And what?
How do they get a hold of you?
They can email me at yellowtreats@AOL.com. That's a good question. Thank you. But it has to be done Wednesday, and you will be paid.
Oh, very good.
Thank you.
All right. Sopranos debuted last night. It was really funny. I came into work around 5 a.m. and I like see the Sopranos. And what do you say? You're like, effing Sopranos. And I'm like, people have got to stop. Every Monday for the last, I would say, 2 seasons, maybe 3 seasons, every Monday, effing Sopranos. Another show with no action.
It was, here was my problem. I could understand running through the season, and then midway through, you get an episode like that, which I called On Golden Pond.
The On Golden Pond
It was On Golden Pond. So,
you were waiting for Tony to go into the forest to...
Yeah. I got lost. I was waiting for some kind of friggin'... It was awful. That is not a season opener to the final season of a show like The Sopranos. You don't open it with a family get-together. All right, the fight was cool, and then there's 2 seconds of gunplay action. It wasn't an exciting episode.
They haven't had action in The Sopranos for a long time now. Every once in a while, they throw you a bone.
Your first episode, though,
it should have been
should be action-packed. That's supposed to grab you to watch the rest of these. I'm not going to sit and watch what's next week. Sopranos version is Steel Magnolias. It's awful.
They did play Monopoly during The Sopranos last night.
That was good.
It looked like it was kind of like a Lake George, right? Was it Lake George? It was
I don't know.
A little lake house.
Small upstate lake.
And it was Tony hanging out with his sister and their significant others. Bobby.
I watched 25 minutes of it. I TiVo'd it. And I'm never in bed before 1. I went to bed by 10:30 last night. I was bored.
It put you to sleep.
I was bored.
Well,
God damn that show.
The fight scene was awesome. But it took way too long to get into anything.
Came out of nowhere. It was kind of like, whoa, what the hell's going on here? And how is this going to, affect things? And then it was like over and then back to, hey, what are we eating? Oh, great, they're by the lake. Look, Tony's sitting by the lake in his chair. He's contemplating. Great, let's watch Tony contemplate. All they needed was a Melfi scene. And I'd have shot myself.
You know what scene was really cool, though? When Omar pulled out the shotgun and then robbed all the drug dealers of not only the package, but the entire shipment. Oh, wait, sorry. That was The Wire.
That was
a daisy.
Oh, sorry, that was a show with action.
Jimmy loves The Wire.
Who doesn't? Everyone loves it.
So The Wire was...
I watched it on DVD. Someone...
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right.
So damn annoying to sit through a show like that first episode of the last season. That's why I'm mad. I'm not mad. I'll sit through those episodes. I know they got to do those sometimes, where you just sit through. It's called a dynamic. You need some high points with a lot of action. If it was all action every week, you might get a little bored with it. But you don't put that as your first episode. I'm sorry.
There's only 8 left now, right? 1 down, 8 to go.
1 down, 8 of those to sit through.
And David Chase, enough with the shot. They had Tony and Bobby in the boat on the lake, and it was a far shot done from the woods. Like, oh, who's watching them?
Do you think that's what that was?
He's done those shots forever. It's that they want you to think that there's surveillance.
They're under surveillance. I just thought it was a long, dramatic shot.
No, but he's trying to be artsy with it. Like, look, they never know who's watching them at any given time. They're not even safe in a boat in a lake in the middle of nowhere. It's like, is it the feds watching them? Is it someone that wants Tony dead? Enough with those dumb shots.
I was waiting for the boat to blow up or something, some kind of action thing, and no, they were just fishing off of it.
You actually thought there was a possibility the boat was going to blow up?
I got to watch Tony fish.
There
it was
you go.
Great. We watched Tony fish.
That's all you get.
We watched them play Monopoly. We watched them eat. It was wonderful. We watched Tony's sister talk with Tony's wife. That was great.
And they got to sing some karaoke.
Singing a little karaoke.
Carmela singing Love Hurts. Come on. That has to mean something.
What were they doing?
You know how great it would have been if Tony and Paulie Walnuts were killed in the first episode, and then the other 7 or 8 episodes was just about Meadows' struggles at school, and then they had Janice going back to school for her GED, but she couldn't figure out algebra because she's always had problems with it, and then they deal with her dyslexia for the last 5 episodes. That's all it's about.
And roll credits.
How great would that be?
Too bad they don't have the balls to just kill off Tony in the first episode and then have all hell break loose for the remaining 8 to see who ends up with control. They don't have the balls to do that. The last episode, you're going to probably see Tony die. That's what I'm thinking. Wow.
Do you think they'll do that?
I
don't think they'll do that either.
I think he gets shot in an ice cream shop.
No, they'll leave it.
In an ice cream shop.
Oh, is that it? Would you see that on the internet?
No, the last scene was filmed in an ice cream shop, so I'm thinking,
Probably orders an ice cream.
A nice family little thing Yeah, probably he just orders an ice cream.
I'm thinking he orders ice cream.
And drives away. And credits.
He orders ice cream, he gets frozen yogurt, and then there's a whole big mafia to do.
They're not going to wrap up anything. They're going to have some dramatic, ridiculous ending that leaves you with too many questions and not enough answers.
Why can't they do something that no one sees coming? Like the last scene is Carmela opens the bathroom door in the ice cream shop, and Tony's kneeling and servicing a guy with a mop who is possibly from the Philippines. And then the credits just come up. And at the end,
it doesn't explain it or anything.
No.
Tony
just pisses off everybody.
Yeah, he's gay.
Yeah, he was gay. He was gay the whole time.
Yeah, gay the whole movie. How great!
People would have to die. Make Tony gay the whole time.
Last episode, I'm just I was a little disgusted. That's all. And Christopher wasn't in it. First episode, Paulie Walnuts, not a sign of him. It just, where were the guys? It's the first episode. You got to start moving a storyline. Not have them sit there by lakeside eating and fishing and playing Monopoly and singing karaoke.
Well, we're going to have Frank Vincent call in about 15 minutes.
Oh, and I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. You mean Frank Vincent, the guy that wasn't in the episode?
Hey, he was in a bar drinking for 2 seconds.
He had his Goodfellas party scene.
Yep.
Yeah, there was
another lousy party at a bar.
Yeah, they were just partying and talking about Tony being arrested on a gun charge.
Yeah,
I think he's the best character on the show.
Yeah,
is Frank Vincent.
I love him.
Let's go to Terry in Montana. Terry, what's up?
Show him though.
Him or Janice?
Terry.
Janice.
What up, boys?
Stinks.
Love you. Love the show.
Hey.
Anthony, you got it all wrong, man. I'm sorry. I love you.
Yeah.
They're setting up for something big. They mentioned the RICO Act. I'm telling you, just be patient with it, man.
They say that every season they're setting up for something big.
Something big? What, the fat cast members? God almighty, what do they do? Just eat bread in the off-season? Does anybody do
That's Janice.
Did you see that beach ball with legs?
Dude, she turned at one point.
My God.
And me and my girlfriend looked at each other, and I just went, what a mess this woman is.
I could not believe how big she looked like. The Eminem character.
Yeah, she's got like...
the big Eminem and then the thin legs.
She's got the skinny legs,
right.
And her body is completely round, and she's just got this bunt that was sticking out. It was awful.
Amazing.
She waddles. She can't even walk. She waddles from scene to scene.
An amazing mess, because she's not supposed to be that fat because she still has the thin legs.
Oof.
I met her.
Awful tat.
I got a photo with her, and she goes, "Well, I have to take it this way," and she stood behind me and kind of hung on my shoulders.
Of course,
no.
I swear to God, because she was self-conscious.
You might as well hide behind a tree
with sunglasses
with
on.
Sunglasses for a promotional shot for a radio station. What? What did I say? Oh my God! Why would I do that? I like that person.
Hey, Jimmy.
Yeah. Oh wait, way to go! Way to hurt a person on a day like this with Imus.
All right. I guess Howard's obsessed with our ratings in regular radio.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, well.
Why, is he talking about Boston? I heard that one through the roof.
Boston just rocked. Buffalo just rocked. I don't know what comes in today. We'll have to wait.
Why is he obsessed with anything that has to do with regular radio? He's not on it anymore. We are.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah, so you got us by talking about how bad we might be doing in a city or two.
Clam up.
Yeah, you got us. I don't know what to tell you about that. Let's say hi to Jen in Virginia. Jen, what's up?
Hey, how are you guys? Love the show.
Thank you. Hold on, but the Janice thing, because I got distracted. Yeah, we did the same thing. Like, holy crap, is it possible to get your body into that shape?
She is a mess. Just an awful mess.
And she's got a Rolling Stones tattoo on her boob, right? That thing's getting a bit stretched out.
Oh, God.
Looking a bit distorted.
Awful. It's starting to look like the mouth on the Scream mask.
See, that's why you're better than me. I knew there was something there, and I couldn't come up with it, so I just had to go with it. It's getting stretched out. There you go. That's
awful.
The line. Go ahead, Jen.
Hey, I just had a comment on the Sopranos last night. I thought the episode wasn't all that great, but the funniest part to me was when Tony had the Monopoly house stuck to his face.
All right. That was funny.
Yeah. The fight scene was amazing.
After the fight, and he gets up, and he had a Monopoly house stuck on his face.
Carmella flung it off, and it went flying across the room. That, to me, was the best part of the show.
Yeah.
I thought it was terrible.
All right, I'm distracted again because it is coming in like crazy. Howard is making fun of us because we got a 0.0 rating in Vegas.
Did we?
We just started in Vegas. It's way too early to tell. Could someone call up Howard and tell him he has a 0.0 in all of radio? You dope.
And you're not being...
Call him up and say, Howard, you're making fun of Opie and Anthony because they have a 0.0. I don't even know if that's true. I know it's too early to tell as far as ratings go in Vegas. So he's mocking us for having a 0.0. He has a 0.0 in regular radio across the board.
Everywhere.
You dope. Just because you weren't smart enough to make the deal we made, you're going to mock us?
Yeah, he was stupid enough to just take a deal where he gets every Friday off and gets 8 billion weeks of vacation and $500 million. Yeah. You're an idiot.
Yeah, but he's frustrated that he doesn't have the same exposure, and that's what really motivates him. He has a 0.0 in New York, a 0.0 in Boston, a 0.0 in Philly, a 0.0 in Buffalo, a 0.0 in Dallas.
Oh, my God.
Go across the board. All 25 of our markets is what we should do.
25. Ooh.
So could the pest call him up and go, hello, you have a 0.0 everywhere. Talking to a hell of a lot more people than he is. Yeah. And he's going to mock us? What an ass.
Good luck to you.
Isn't it time for another day off, you dope? Or isn't today the day you get your hair done at a parlor?
0.0. Mr. Blutowski.
Are you nuts? He's nuts. He's sitting there laughing. No one's hearing that you just said that. We had to tell people that you said that. How does that make you feel?
We had to pass on your mocking of us.
Right.
Or else it wouldn't have been heard.
Right. I want that quoted somewhere. Howard has a 0.0 in regular radio. We might have a 0.0 in a market or two because it's too early to tell. I don't even know. But you have a 0.0 across the board, my friend.
Give me the goddamn ratings.
Let's say hi to Rob in Vegas. Rob, what's up?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey, Rob.
Last night the part that struck me about the show was, if you notice, at the beginning of the show, where they show the opening credits. It took 4 writers to put that episode together.
Yeah, 4 writers.
So I guess one was in charge of Monopoly, one was in charge of them eating.
Yeah, you're going to write the eating scenes. You, I want something really good out of you. You have the fishing scene.
Yeah.
One was in charge of how much Ventnor Avenue cost.
Yeah, they ought to get people to research Monopoly.
I was sitting there last night going, am I really watching the Soprano characters play Monopoly?
Play Monopoly?
I know they were setting up for a fight, but it's like, this is the best the writers could come up with?
There was drama in that when they were kind of arguing over if the money from Community Chest and Chance should go into the free parking pile. Because I play like that, too, but technically, it's right. Bobby Bacala was right. It's not in the rules.
It's not.
So that added, like, this mystery to it. Is it in the rules? Isn't it?
Free parking is technically, hold on, a place just to rest your head.
Just to rest. You're not supposed to get money from it.
But I always liked playing the cheating way.
I liked it, too. Big pile of money in the middle. Gave you something to count. You know, I'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, come on, 7. Come on, 7. Fantastic.
I used to, when I was a little boy, I didn't want to be an astronaut. I wanted to be the man with the mustache in the Monopoly game and the little tailcoat.
He was rich.
He won a beauty contest.
Money bags.
All right. And Chris
and
from
$10.
That guy's a douche.
Chris from Georgia.
Hey.
Go ahead, Chris.
Good morning. Love you guys and love the show.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Isn't it ironic that Mancow has more listeners than Howard right now?
You know, that is true, by the way.
It's sad.
As much as we hate the man cow, he does have more listeners than Howard. That is a fact.
And he's in, like 8 crappy markets.
Yeah.
If that. I think 5.
All right. Bobby on Long Island. Bobby!
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up?
Yo, Anthony, when you mentioned Janice last night, turns around the part by the fridge. I know that's exactly what you and your girlfriend were talking about.
Yep.
She looked just like Ron Jeremy.
The hedgehog.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it was. Right when she went to the fridge and turned around, she was profile for a little while, and we were just like, oh, my God, what is going on in there? What a bod.
All right. We should take a break. We got on the way. Has anyone seen the O'Reilly clip yet?
No.
It was on break.com on the front page over the weekend.
Stark-raving lunatic.
You get to see the real O'Reilly. He's insane.
Lost his mind.
He's insane with people that don't agree with him.
There's something on illegal immigrants and drunk driving. Some accident.
In Virginia Beach, I guess, an illegal drunk driving killed an innocent person. It's a beyond tragic story.
And he has a little standoff on his show with Geraldo, a fellow Fox News guy, and him and Geraldo get into this match where O'Reilly goes off and he's just a madman. The real Bill O'Reilly comes out. He's waving his finger around and screaming.
Screaming bloody murder.
Why, is stupid Geraldo siding with the illegal immigrant?
Yeah, but stupid O'Reilly is also trying to, like, make a point that
he's trying to make
two different issues.
Yeah, he's trying to drag it into a bigger issue about illegal immigration.
I agreed with him on some points.
Yeah, but this is more a drunk driving story. Right. But he's trying to make this the catalyst for talking about illegal immigration, and that's what Geraldo was calling him out on, going, look, this is two different issues. This is just a drunk driving issue that unfortunately happened. Well, we can play it now. We got like a couple of highlights from the whole thing. But the clip on break.com, it's like 10 minutes long. It's really interesting. The build-up and stuff. And then Geraldo and Bill O'Reilly just going toe-to-toe. Looked like Geraldo wanted to take a
swing at him?
A swing at Mr. O'Reilly.
Maybe in his younger days he would have.
Mr. O'Reilly just looked insane.
Mm-hmm.
My nightmare is my daughter's having anything to do with a drunk.
So this is where Geraldo basically he's like, he truly thinks this is a drinking issue, and Bill gets quite upset when he mentions that. Here it is.
My nightmare is my daughter's having anything to do with a drunk. Let me finish the answer. My nightmare is my daughter's having anything to do with a person driving drunk. That's my nightmare. Okay. It could be a Jewish drunk. It could be a Polish drunk. It could be an Irish drunk. No. It could be an Italian drunk.
American
what the
crime.
Hell difference difference does it make?
It makes plenty of difference.
It does not.
He doesn't have a right to be here.
He didn't commit a felony.
He doesn't have a right to be in this country.
What? But that has nothing to do with the fact that he was drunk.
He should have been deported. He should have been deported, and this mayor and the police chief didn't deport him.
Listen. Do you know how many people we have in jail? How many of them are illegal aliens? Illegal aliens commit crimes at a lower rate than citizens do.
This guy shouldn't have been here.
Cool your jets. It has nothing to do with illegal aliens. It has to do with drunk driving.
See, the audio doesn't do this justice. You got to see how insane Bill O'Reilly looks as he's yelling, screaming.
His face is contorted.
I think we're
right.
They both have a point.
I think we got the clips up on opieandanthony.com, the shorter versions instead of the whole 10-minute clip. But.
As much as I don't like O'Reilly because I think he is a douche, he makes a good point about, you see, Geraldo's making it into like, well, drunk driving is a tragic thing, and he's right. But Bill O'Reilly's talking about this one case going, this shouldn't have happened because they should have thrown this guy out.
Should have been out of the country before he did this.
Yeah, drunk driving happens. That happens in every country with natives and with people who are visiting.
Yeah, Geraldo's saying there's so many drunk driving accidents over the course of a year. You know, what is this? It's like, yeah, but this, I'm talking about this one.
Right.
This would have been one of those tragedies that wouldn't have happened.
Right. If this guy was thrown out of the country.
Well, here is O'Reilly saying Geraldo wants anarchy.
Don't obscure a tragedy to make a cheap political point.
I'm the father.
It's a cheap political point.
No, it isn't.
And you know
this is justice.
This has nothing to do with that poor old lady mayor.
You want
nothing to do with that mayor.
You want anarchy.
No,
you want open border anarchy.
What I want is fairness. We have lured these people. We have lured these people. We have lured these people to this country with a promise of jobs in a country where there is basically full domestic employment. Right. We have for decades lured them here, and now we're starting a mob scene. You want your viewers to go knocking on people's door to door. Are you an illegal? I want to take you outside and do something.
I want the law enforced.
History has seen what happens when you single out people like that.
I want the law enforced, and you don't.
Bill,
was Geraldo saying that the country has lured illegals here in a way for labor purposes?
Yeah.
Okay, he's right.
That's absolutely right.
Yeah.
And then finally, it ends with O'Reilly giving Geraldo the last word.
Let's calm down.
I'll give you the last word. You don't.
A child predator is someone with a predilection to commit an offense against the juvenile. So you go because of that cause and effect, you go after the person who's perpetrating the offense. There's no cause and effect between his illegality and his drunkenness.
Sure there is. He's irresponsible.
The Latinos aren't more drunk than other people.
Latino bull. It's about Ramos. It's not Latino.
Right, I agree. And that's right.
If
Ramos was Raminsky, would we care?
We would certainly care.
It was illegal.
If he broke the law, he gets deported.
17,000 fatalities drunk driving.
All right.
It would have been.
Oh, it's all apples and oranges to me.
Well, it should have just agreed to disagree.
There you go.
I think.
It's a very interesting video. It's a hot video over the weekend on Break.com. You might want to check out the whole thing for yourself. But more importantly, what's Yabo Cam, E-Rock? You can't tease us with Yabo Cam.
Yabo Cam.
I'm on our website, and you know where it has the Bill O'Reilly Geraldo audio.
Jiminy Cricket.
And I see like another video you could check out is Yabo Cam.
Is she brushing her teeth?
What the hell is Yabo Cam, Steve? Everyone should see Yabo Cam.
They could be the nicest person I've ever seen.
And O'Reilly. Do you even know what Yabo Cam's about?
Opie, those could be the nicest breasts I've ever seen.
That one.
From 2002.
Wow, yeah, that's a 5-year-old clip that I completely forgot about.
Well, what is it?
It's pretty self-explanatory.
Obviously, it's a camera under the sink as she's brushing her teeth in just little boy shorts and massive natural boobs.
I bet she's from Poland.
So she bends over to brush her teeth and spit in the sink. And the camera lens gets an eyeful.
What the hell is Yabo Cam, though? Is there a whole series of videos?
I don't think so. I think that was just something that someone sent me with that header on it, and I said, and I put it up.
And you said, yeah.
And I said, of course.
That was a very, very nice set. And what about Eden shakes her 80 double H boobs?
Oh, no.
What's going on here?
Yeah, Eden is this...
Who gives a crap about O'Reilly looking insane?
Eden's got some big boobs. I can't remember what her website is offhand.
All right. She looks like Janice.
It's a monstrosity.
She's in perfect shape, but her boobs make her look like Janice. Oh, my God. What are you going to do with those? Seriously. What the hell?
What are you going to do? You're going to dance.
Yeah, that's wonderful, but do you bring that to Easter Sunday dinner? I don't think so.
She's dancing, and they're just flopping.
That's the problem with the the big boobed chicks. You can't bring them to Easter Sunday dinner.
Why not?
And have her sit there, and everyone has to make believe that you're not dating her because she has massive boobs.
And they're all staring.
Of course they are. Eden.
All right, Yabo Cam though. Come on.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
You gotta love Yabo Cam. We need more Yabo Cam.
Oh, they're great.
See, that's manageable. The 80 double H thing.
Oh, those are nice.
What the hell?
By the way, I want to apologize to any women whose breasts we may have offended.
Yeah.
Apologize.
Yeah.
It was a stupid comment. I was looking at Yabo Cam, and, well, they were huge, and, well, I'm sorry. Jerk.
All right. When we get back, we're going to either do the Fonzie Henry Winkler PSA from 1984. We got more lines from that. Or we could do another Zoophile segment.
Mm-hmm.
Well, don't we have a phone call coming?
Oh yeah, Frank Vincent. Probably after the break, but you know what? He was in the episode for a minute, so let's just say hi and bye to him today. Because I think he's going to call.
He's a bigger character.
Yeah, until he's going to call every Monday, supposedly. He's
good.
He's a good friend of the show, but
yeah.
You know, we were excited to have him on today after the season premiere, thinking that he might have a scene. He barely had a scene last night.
Yeah.
He should have had more scenes.
And I think Zoophile, women, a particular woman who loves her dog. From the Zoophile documentary we've been playing.
Not, the normal way where you just kind of feed it and kiss him on his little, top of his head.
Little dog nose?
Yeah, little dog nose. Pet him behind the ear.
But today it's all about Yabo Cam.
She loves him in the right way.
Right, yeah.
Yabo Cam.
Or Henry Winkler. You could do that.
Cam. All right, we'll figure it out after the break. That's the beauty of us. We'll have a meeting finally. It's Opie and Anthony.
Hear what everyone else is talking about. O&A Uncut and Live, continuing the show on XM Satellite Radio starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. Visit xmradio.com to subscribe.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. The Opie and Anthony virus.
You're checking out the Opie and Anthony Show. We got to go right to the phones. Big star on the line. We got to say hi to Frank Vincent. Frank.
Oh, cooking.
What's going on, buddy?
There's Frank.
How are you guys?
Well, the season premiere of The Sopranos last night, and I got to tell you, Frank, you were terrific last night.
You love it?
You were just terrific.
You were good. You were great. I blinked, but I missed it. But I heard you were good.
When are you gonna be like in an episode? Next Sunday, hopefully.
I don't know. Maybe next Sunday. Yeah, check it out.
They showed you doing a little drinking with the boys.
Well, you missed it last night. What were you doing? Sleeping?
No, we watched it.
We saw it.
We watched the whole thing. We liked the on Golden Pond Sopranos thing.
Yeah, it was like on Golden Pond.
Yeah, you got a real insight into Tony last night and to Bacala.
Your character is the most interesting one, I think. I think you're the most interesting guy on the show right now.
Yeah.
It's hard for you to agree with, but we think you're the most interesting.
Yeah, we need you, Frank.
Oh, well, I think I get more interesting as it goes along.
All right. I liked how you were there having another one of those great bar parties like you had in Goodfellas.
He just came back. He was in the hospital, and now Phil came back, and all his boys are all around him. And he's just saying that he wants to just relax and be with his grandchildren. You never know, man. Phil lies.
Hey, Frank.
Yeah, that's true.
When that guy was kind of breaking your chops a little bit at the party, and you looked annoyed, and you kind of like smiled, and you're ruffled, and were you just fighting the urge to smack him in the face? Is that what that was? You kind of all right, I don't want to get upset here?
Yeah, you know who that is, that guy?
Who?
That's Dominic Canisi's son.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, and he said the guy was screwing a lamb, screwing a sheep or something.
Yeah.
And then...
wise guys don't do that.
Is your character lightening up a little bit?
Is he what?
Lightening up a little bit, because of your health problems and your hospitalization. Are you coming back now, your character, and being a little, bit of a pussy?
Well, I don't know. We'll see about that. Next week is going to tell you a lot. Next week we have a...
Well, I certainly hope so, because this week I learned how to fish, play Monopoly, and sing karaoke.
Come on.
Come on. Frank, we just said it a little while ago. Well, you know we're big fans of The Sopranos. We were just a little frustrated because we thought, they would come out of the box really swinging.
I never missed an episode.
I know we saw a fight, and that was awesome. Absolutely. But
I loved the fight.
We just thought there'd be action all over the place to really set up this the last part of the last season.
Well, he shot the guy in the laundromat.
Yeah, in the laundromat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And that was Bobby's first kill, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. They took his cherry.
Why don't you guys do something, Frank, you would do something weird, like your character, Phil, for no explained reason, your character for the rest of the season should only talk in a French accent.
Now, people would wonder, why is that?
It should never be addressed.
And then the last episode, you never explain it.
Yeah, or you just look into the camera and you go, I'm kidding, I'm not French.
See, did you like the guy who come up to me and said tall and tan and young and lovely?
Yes.
Well, he's a new guy. He's a guy in contention to be the boss, you know.
Oh, really? See, I didn't get that.
He's the guy that was running the program while Phil was in the hospital.
Oh, the guy who was kind of the guy who was saying, "Now you're my favorite turd."
No. The guy that came up to Phil and said tall and tan and young and lovely, and Phil. When he went away, he said, "Let me get a drink." Then he said later on, he said the guy was up on a gun charge.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't know if I remember
What are you guys looking at?
Called him Porky.
Yeah, we saw that. I wasn't paying attention. I thought he was just a background guy.
Yeah.
We weren't paying too close. We're like, he's just babbling. Who's he?
I watch you in scenes that you're in.
Yeah, exactly.
I watch you.
I'm like, what is Frank going to say here?
We only want you, Frank.
That's right.
I want a show just called Frank. I just want to hear you talk. Hey, you have a new book, I understand.
A Guy's Guide to Being a Man's Man.
That's right, A Guy's Guide to Being a Man's Man.
Hey.
You get it at Amazon or Barnes & Noble and other bookstores.
Right.
That's cool,
The
man.
website.
Could also go to his website.
FrankVincent.com.
Yeah.
I'm going to get your shine box.
Yeah, see?
You get T-shirts like that.
Frank, we're just asking you questions. Right away, you're getting fresh.
Fresh.
Hey, Frank, what about Janice's body, huh?
You like her?
You would tap that, right?
I can't hear you.
Nice, right?
Yeah, we got this.
You got the lips on her chest.
Man, she she waddled over to the fridge to get some drinks or whatever, and it was like, wow, beach ball with legs.
I'm sure she's very nice, Frank.
Great actress. She's a wonderful girl.
See, there you go.
She is a great actress, but, but her body is,
It's just like, what are you doing to me?
Hey, I got to ask Frank a question.
Yeah, Jimmy's got a question for you.
I'm a tremendous fan. I loved you so much in Jungle Fever. Was it kind of fun to yell that out the window?
Jungle Fever?
When you were screaming it out the window as your daughter's walking away and the whole neighborhood's coming out, wasn't it kind of fun to yell that out a window?
Everybody in the neighborhood was black.
Yeah.
Would you remember when you yelling, "She's an end lover"? You're screaming at her.
Right.
Wasn't that had to be kind of fun, isn't it?
Is it true that you messed up that line 100 times because you just wanted to say it as many times as possible?
Right. Spike kept saying to me, "What are you doing?" Do it one more time.
Right.
Spike kept saying it's not even in the script.
Right. You're supposed to say, "You're late. You're late."
You guys are whacked out. You're nuts.
Yeah.
Well, it's Monday, Frank. You know the deal. A little tired today. Are you on the set?
Yeah, I'm still on the set now. I'm shooting, yeah.
Doing some reshoots, huh?
Yeah, we're doing some pickups, exactly.
Very cool. Now, Frank, promise us that you're going to get into some action this season.
I give you my word of honor.
You're our boy. We want to see Frank Vincent, messing things up here.
Yep.
I will be coming on the show live, too, maybe in a week or so.
Oh,
nice.
Love to have you, Frank.
Want to see some violence.
All right.
Hey, guys.
All right, have a good week. We'll definitely talk to you next week.
All right there, Frank.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you, Frank.
Bye, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Frank Vincent, everyone, on the set of The Sopranos.
I just called him Buddy, like if he saw my face, he'd recognize me.
Hey there, pal.
I knew we were going to talk to him today. I was all excited, and then I watched the episode last night.
I was like, hey, where's Frank?
He was in one scene doing some drinking with the boys.
Doing some drinking.
Not really even drinking.
At another lousy party at a bar.
Yeah.
It was so funny. He's at the corner of the bar like in Goodfellas.
Hey, my party.
My party.
It's the greatest.
We got to squeeze in some more Imus. I mean, everyone's talking about it, and Imus is just... he's continuing his all-day apology. My apology tour.
Guys doing so many good things for kids. Just let it go.
I think this week they're doing a huge thing for kids.
Another punchline.
Yeah.
Yeah. AfroTurf. yeah. Stupid. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that.
No, it's okay if you just do the punchlines. I think that.
Oh yeah.
I think that's safe. I think that's safe territory to be in. Yeah.
Okay. I already did that. And then stick him to the wall. yeah, that's a good one. Shut up.
All right, well, Imus says his show makes fun of everyone. God,
yeah.
I think we've said that a few times.
Yeah, we certainly have.
And the Rutgers girls didn't deserve to be made fun of. Oh, my
Why not,
God.
Imus?
Can I see a picture of the Rutgers girls?
Oh,
could you, E-Rock,
Don.
pop up their publicity shot?
The Rutgers female basketball team.
I want to see what they look like.
They call them Nappy-Headed
hose. Nappy-Headed hose.
So said in jest. So said to be silly. There's anyone who's offended by
nowhere
no
near
justification.
Nowhere near hate speech.
Offended.
Yeah. Let me look at that picture.
Hold on. Taking a look.
Well, half the team seems to be white to begin with, as I see the team picture.
That's the
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Holy Jesus, yeah.
Yeah, there's some. All right, well, you know what? Let Mr. Imus get in trouble.
Right. They're big girls.
They're awful.
They're all big girls, and then this one and this one kind of look like guys, and then this one and the believe me, the white ones are no prizes either. Is that a woman?
Which one?
The one all the way to the left in the pink shirt.
That's Steve.
Wow, I don't know.
Is that a woman or a man? Stop it.
I have no idea. It's one of those in-betweens.
And there's a man.
Where?
The one wearing the tie.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's pretty
I
obvious.
hope.
What about the one next to the man in the tie?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
The Stalker Patty-looking person.
I think that's...
That could be a guy, too, though.
Wow.
All right. Well, there it is.
God bless you.
Ew! I didn't sneeze on the mic.
He sneezed into the
there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 black girls on this. So I say he should apologize for being inaccurate.
That's right.
Well, I think the black girls are the ones that start because, everyone knows that black people are better at basketball than white people.
Here's the thing.
Is this a proven fact or what?
They should make them dress sexy. Female basketball players should have to wear like little pasties and G-strings, and they should have to have their nails done and just play like girls. Stop being with your big calves and your high socks. No one wants to see that.
Where they have to kick their right leg backwards as they shoot.
Yeah. They shoot with underhand, both hands.
Here's Imus. He's just continuing all morning, man. It's very depressing to hear the I-Man have to go down this road.
Sorry.
Because he's a little scared.
Start crying.
He's a little scared today.
Scared.
But I don't think this is Imus talking. I think I don't know. They're using his body. I think you know who's using his body. The big guys upstairs.
This program has been for 30 or 35 years a program that makes fun of everybody. It makes fun of me, and it makes fun of everybody on the planet. And sometimes it makes fun of me to a vicious standpoint. Does that mean I get to say something about the Rutgers women? Of course not. But that's the context in which we operate here. Is it appropriate? Well, we'll talk about that a little later because that's got to change, some of that. Because some people don't deserve to be made fun of, like these young women who played for the national championship in basketball. They played for the national championship. They beat Duke. They don't need me to try to be funny about them. But they don't.
What are you doing?
Why is he going overboard with this?
Imus, did he get death threats?
Oh, my God.
Did he get death threats?
That is not Imus. That is not Imus.
Who is that?
Why?
Oh, my. They don't deserve to be made fun of. Why not?
They do.
If you make fun of everyone and everything and you see a little visual that makes you think of something, you're going to say it.
Yeah.
Gives a crap if they're good students and all that other junk.
If they all cured
You're doing a morning
cancer,
radio show where you're trying to make people laugh.
If they all cured cancer, that's one thing. But they tried to prove that they could throw a ball in a hole better than a bunch of other women could throw a ball in a hole.
Yeah, that's it.
It's nothing.
Wow.
You don't have to worry about why are they so off limits?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Like all of a sudden they're cosmonauts.
Look,
I'm sorry. They're women basketball players, and I shouldn't have made fun of them. Okay, let's do the retard bit.
Right, exactly. Exactly.
Are we going to be hearing a new Imus now from now on? Has he entered another phase of his career where it's politically correct Imus?
Today's show was sponsored by Popeyes.
He's aft. He's aft.
Oh.
You can't make fun of anything now, Mr. Imus.
No. Well, I got another punchline.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's white and it works. Yeah.
See? You stay with the punchlines. It's very safe, Mr. Imus.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe we should just throw the rest of the audio clips away. No one wants to hear Imus like this, right?
Oh, no, I kind of do.
Oh, come on.
It's torture. It really is torture to listen to Imus doing this. But why is he going so overboard?
Because he's obviously getting a lot of pressure from corporate, probably from, I don't know, maybe like Jimmy was hinting to, maybe some death threats or some kind of crazy pressure that's getting to him.
Here's
the pressure is getting to him.
You know what this is like? This is like overhearing your dad in a room. Like you walk by and he's on the phone, and you hear him going, "Look, my family's going to bed. Just pull your car up. I'll hop in. I'll suck it. Drop it off." That's how uncomfortable / hot this is.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a side of Imus I've not heard.
No,
I have not heard.
And we've been monitoring him all morning. He's now he's wearing like glasses. He just took them off, but he's putting on his glasses. He doesn't have his cowboy hat on today.
Are they all somber today?
Yeah.
Are they in a somber mood?
Yeah, we're playing the clips. This just went on. Imus says one of the reverends told him all black people believe white people don't like them. Oh, my God.
And he said, at the core of every black person, he said, you have to understand this. They believe that white people don't like them. And they believe that no matter how good a white person is, that at some point it comes out. Like it came out with you. And that just confirms what they think.
How about...
And if you'll say this, what will they say?
How about that I believe, because he could say that. How about here's my experience. I believe in every black person, they don't like white people. Why not? That guy just made a blanket statement like that. Imus just told us that a black guy told Imus that he believes that all black people believe that white people don't like them. Well, all white people believe that black people don't like them. There you go. I just made a blanket statement. I just spoke for every white person, just like that guy did. Did Imus turn around and call him an idiot? He should have. Jesus Christ, come on.
Well, the Reverend may have even had a weird point. Not that all black people, but black people as a group, may think that white people don't like him. But then Imus' response should have been, well, why should that affect what I do in humor? Because a group of people are ill-informed.
So what... Yeah, there you go. So what you're doing, sir, is lumping all white people into one category and basing your opinion on all white people because of the actions of a few. Wow. Never heard that happen before. What a bunch of effing hypocrites.
Well,
just stop it already.
We better just throw these away.
No, I want to hear more.
No, I can't do it to the man.
I am tired of humor being affected because of the sins of people from 1960-something and before. I'm tired of humor being affected by that. Because of the disgusting way they behaved, I can't make certain jokes, or Imus can't make certain jokes. It's ridiculous. There's no balance. It's just nonsense.
Because it could be your car. Want to apologize.
You want to hear another clip?
Yes.
All right. Imus explains his cancer ranch has 10% black kids. He's going all out.
We have a ranch in New Mexico for kids with cancer and blood disorders and so on. And nearly half of the kids who come there are from minorities.
This sounds like Ricky Gervais in the last episode of The Office, begging for his job. He's basically begging for his job and pointing out everything he's done. So look at all the stuff I've done before you make your decision.
I don't want to be redundant.
The fact that he has to apologize after having done so much charity work, and meanwhile that scumbag Sharpton, what did he do besides stand on 125th Street and call some white people interlopers and get their store burned down?
Yeah.
What has he ever done charitable?
Nothing.
Besides allegedly stealing from a charity. That was a big allegation.
Of course.
I don't know if it was true. What has he ever
Those
done?
allegations. He doesn't do anything. As far as I know, he chases around victims of the NYPD, that he calls them, victims of the NYPD, and runs around to minority families and is their representative.
Scumbag.
So he can get his face on the news.
Right.
We have a ranch in New Mexico for kids with cancer and blood disorders and so on. And nearly half of the kids who come there are from minority groups. 10% of the kids who come to our ranch are African American. I'm not a white man who doesn't know any African Americans. And my wife and I, we run this ranch. We don't have counselors. The whole basis of this ranch is these parents from all over this country and all over the world.
Oh, don't cry.
They send their children to this ranch because they know that my wife and I are going to be their parents for 10 days. They live in the house with us. There's not an African American parent on the planet who has sent their child to the Imus ranch who didn't trust me and trust my wife.
If Imus ends up crying this morning, it's the end of radio as we know it. It's like we should just pack our bags.
Pack up.
And just say, you know what, let's go do something else. What is he doing?
I'm hoping that this is, because all he did was make a joke. I'm hoping that maybe he's reacting this way because maybe someone said something to him. Like, I personally think that somebody said something to Chappelle, which freaked him out. That's my opinion on it. I think somebody said something to him, and he had, like, a weird revelation, whether he was right or wrong. And I'm kind of hoping that's what happened to Imus. Like all of a sudden, he's looking at things differently because of something someone said to him as opposed to pressure.
Oh, boy. I had a dream last night that I was walking down the beach, and there were two sets of footprints.
Yeah.
And, represented my life. And during the hardest parts of my life, there were only one set of footprints. And the other set belonged to Jesus. And I said, Jesus, why during the hardest parts of my life were only one set of footprints? You leave me alone. That's stupid. And Jesus said, that's when I got a black guy to carry you. Not how that goes, no. God, jerk.
There's only.
Oh my God!
Through a lot of parts of my life, there was two sets of footprints, and then sometimes right before I'd laid bloodied, there was two sets and a pair of sneaker prints running up and running away.
I woke up next to a brick.
All right, look, the last clip is. Too much.
Boy. No, we got to play it.
Are you sure?
This is changing the face of radio as we know it.
Imus is this close to crying this morning.
This is 35 years this career has spanned, where I've never, ever heard Imus even speak like this. Like he said, they have goofed on everybody. 35 years. There is not one person that hasn't been goofed on by Don Imus.
But he can't goof on the blacks because they're the weaker species.
That's what
their leaders are telling them.
That's what their leaders are really telling them by doing this, by overreacting to everything.
I guess they can't handle a joke or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't get it on
Man, is he going overboard with this apology?
It was a little nappy-headed hose joke. It wasn't even done to be hurtful or awful.
No.
All right, here we go.
White people suck.
You know what? It was a throwaway line.
Hate Whitey.
Here we go.
I hate Whitey.
Here we go.
Do you want to know what people call me for supporting Harold Ford Jr.? Do you want to know the mail I got to call me an N lover? And do you want to know what people said to me for the years that I played Bishop Patterson's sermons? People tell me they didn't want to hear that. Well, you can imagine. You know what people said to me when I booked the Blind Boys of Alabama here years ago, and they've been on fairly regularly ever since then?
Glad Imus got my letters.
What they said about them and about me about all of the African American musicians over the years who I've had on this program and so on. Does that mean that it's okay for me to say what I said about these Rutgers women? I hope you don't think that, because I don't think that.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
You don't need to do a mea culpa.
I know.
You're not a racist. You're not. You didn't do anything wrong.
Jesus. David Duke didn't apologize this much when he was running for office.
People with burning crosses in their hands just say they're sorry and walk away. Imus, you didn't do anything.
Yeah, you didn't do anything wrong enough. You know, even if he interprets it in his head and wants to, you know, it's up to him how he wants to view this and apologize for it. But no matter how you're seeing this in your own head and from the feedback you're getting, this is much too much of an apology for what you did. This is overkill.
Like, we've all said things, like again, not from pressure from anybody, but when you look back, I've said things where I look back, I go, ugh, I kind of like to go back and go, look, I was kidding when I said it, because you kind of feel like a dick. Like, all right, that happens, and if you want to do that because you feel a little bad about it, it was a little whatever.
Tell me about it. I like to go back 15 minutes myself.
The Frank Vincent call?
Okay.
The Frank Vincent call?
No. It's just that I'm always saying awful things.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You have to apologize to the office, not even the radio world.
Hey, turn the TV off then, for God's sake. What can I say?
I think there were tears in his eyes.
Tears in his eyes, I guess, as he lines up for this last apology. Don Imus, on the air. Oh, that's a good one. He's apologizing to black reverends. Okay, he lines up this shot. He's probably going to use I'm sorry I know a lot of black people. There he goes. Oh, that's a good one. They're buying it. They're buying his apology. I'm a wreck. It's an apology. Come on, Imus.
It'll be great.
It's a sad day for radio, man. We got Imus practically crying on his show today.
If he was proving that he's like a really equal opportunity guy, if he said that he wants to approach a black guy and shook his hand and pointed at a Puerto Rican and said, I'd rather have you in my neighborhood than him.
Let's get out of here for a bit. It's Opie and Anthony.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. The virus is spreading. Get infected. Opie and Anthony!
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. Come on.
Want to hear a joke?
Yes, Mr. Imus.
No, I can't tell the whole thing because I'm kind of in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Batman can go out at night without Robin.
So you're playing it safe. You're just doing the punchlines.
Yeah.
No trouble in that.
I freed the what? yeah, that's one of my... I want to apologize if I've offended anybody.
All right. Can I sometimes the Imus people pick up moments of this show.
Mm-hmm.
Can I offer an open... Why don't you just have our pal Patrice O'Neal come in your studio and sit there with you and goof around about this, and you will get an honest perspective from a black guy who is not trying to make white people feel guilty and
doesn't have an agenda.
The angle Patrice took on Hannity, which was such a great angle about who cares about Michael Richards. You don't make this idiot anything more than he is. He's a nobody. It's an angle a lot of people aren't comfortable with because it diffuses things. And
Patrice O'Neal could speak better for the black man than Reverend Al Sharpton can.
Well,
absolutely. Simple as that. It's as simple as that.
Why doesn't that's a guy you have on because he would A, berate Imus, and B, because he is a dick, and he would do it so funny that he would just make you see what an ass everybody is.
How stupid this is.
Who cares?
Hey, could we squeeze in Dog Lover before we get out of here?
Why wouldn't we?
We found this documentary. It's the Zoophile documentary, and we've been playing some clips the last few days.
Not like the Zoophile. It's being a zoophile. PH.
Yeah, PHILE.
That's people that love animals.
Love animals. And they love them a little more than you and I.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a woman that kind of likes her dog. Kind of likes her dog.
Oh.
A lot.
In a special way.
You think she's good looking?
No.
They're never good looking now, are they?
Mm-mm.
Maybe we shouldn't say that. We'll piss off the
animal...
the dog lovers out there. Now we got Patrice on the line. See, here, everyone is getting an expert on the line today. We got our expert. Patrice.
Hello?
What's up, Patrice? Patrice O'Neal, everyone.
How you doing?
Hi, doll.
Good, Patrice. Have you heard about the Don Imus situation?
Yeah, a few days ago I was
I listened to that statement again. I couldn't believe he apologized, man. You don't understand how funny that was to say Jigaboo and Wannabe from School Days.
Yeah.
That was a Spike Lee. And if you watch the game, I was thinking the same thing, that the Rutgers girls are the worst group of girls. They bother you when you look at them.
Bother you.
See?
And I'm gonna tell you, any black person, man, who says that wasn't funny, it's like, look, this is what we do. We have to. It's almost like the Michael Jackson situation.
Yeah.
Or even the OJ thing sometimes, is that we have to disagree with y'all. That's just the rule. We cannot, we gotta be mad. When y'all are in a corner and white people are in a corner, we gotta just keep you there just for historical measures. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But the girls from Tennessee were better to look at. Candace Parker is a cute little thing, and the center for Rutgers looked like me. She looked like looking at me
with long hair, longer hair.
Who's a girl and with tattoos?
Yeah, with the tattoos. Now Imus said nappy-headed hoe. Did that bother you, Patrice?
You know what it is? I guess it's because black people we supposed to have I guess we have the right to say those type of things. I would say that all day long. I mean, that's what we would say. And to be hilarious, what makes it hilarious, black people don't say nappy-headed anything anymore. Like, we got out the thing of saying good hair, bad hair, and all that. That says Don Imus is a little bit detached from time. But that also says that this dude is attached a little bit to blackness. You should almost laugh when an old white man knows how to say nappy-headed hoe. Out of joking. You know what I'm saying? It really wasn't. I mean, look, I'm losing the black point just because it was funny to me. It was funny. It was a School Days reference.
Yeah.
He was watching School Days. Spike Lee should be proud that he would comment from that. That's Spike Lee.
And it was the furthest thing away from hate speech, because they're bringing that into this. It's like it was so obvious. It was done in jest. It was a throwaway line. He was looking for a quick laugh, because we all saw the visual of the Rutgers girls team there, and they looked a bit scary on the court. And that's what he came up with on the spot.
You're just a jigaboo. It's a song.
Well, do you think that, did somebody get to him? He's so over the top apologizing, so far beyond. I mean, it's not like they overheard him dropping an N-bomb in anger. He was being silly. Why is he groveling? Did somebody from the black community say something that hit him in his soul?
Yeah, whoever he works with. Whoever works for him.
That's what we say.
Yeah, his boss threatened him.
Oh, the boss, okay.
Yeah, these are not Imus's words.
No, I mean,
in my opinion,
I've never seen someone apologize so much for something. The guy, it's a 4-hour apology fest.
Even the Germans just waved to the Jews and said, "All right, our bad, move on."
Sorry.
I mean, he's the apology. You got to understand, the apology is the thing that's getting y'all in trouble. You have to but you know who you don't hear about anymore? Ann Coulter.
Yeah.
She said, shit, fag is used for something, this, that, and the third. And then they were like, you know what, Ann is not going to apologize.
She's not apologizing, so we got to back off because this is useless. When any group sees somebody apologizing, they don't pull back. They start going forward and going, yeah, you apologize? Well, how about this? Now apologize for this. And it's not sincere enough. You just got to turn around and say, shut up.
People aren't going to use the humanity factor where you think, all right, I'm apologizing. People go, okay, he's sorry. It's jailhouse tactics, man. If you take something from somebody and you owe them, so when that apology, you keep owing them. They know you on flinch now.
Yep.
He should have said, look, man, School Day. He should have said that was hilarious. I know I'm not supposed to say it because I'm white, but no one black was saying it, so I had to say it because it was too funny not to say. Matter of fact, I was like, you know what? Call me anytime you want to say a funny line like that. I'll say it.
Yeah, so keep us out of trouble. You know, this all went down on Friday, and Patrice was in. We really thought this was a throwaway story. Like, got in a little trouble, but whatever. He'll probably have to apologize and move on. But it's picking up steam. Every news channel this morning is getting their expert on to say why it's wrong.
You know, Patrice, imagine if they would have seen what we did on XM on Friday.
Yeah, you had...
I was just thinking that. I was going home going, that was the most hilarious. Like, we would get mad, and then it's like I'm going, geez, when she goes, oh, please, I'm sorry for doing that to the field. It was slave role play in 2007.
All right, so you had no problem with us playing Slave Girl on Friday, right?
But I think you already established that y'all are a bunch of racists. But here's the thing. Here's what I try to have credibility on. I try to be half down the road. If it's touchy with me, I will say, that's terrible.
Yeah.
But if it's not, I try to at least be fair to the racial fun. You know what I'm saying? Because I know what I say. I can't tell white people not to say some racial stuff.
All right, look. I'm looking at a picture of Danny with a paddle with a beautiful, beautiful black girl bent over with just her panties showing.
Striped little panties.
Maybe we should get rid of this picture before the press gets a hold of it, because I don't know how we're going to explain it. And yeah, the caption says "Slave Girl," April 6, 2007. Is that on our website?
It didn't happen. That was a long time ago. It's dated, idiots. When? Last Friday.
Oh, please. I'm just hoping there's a picture of that same scenario with Patrice in the picture, so maybe that'll save our asses.
I don't think so.
It was
Danny's done.
Yeah, we'll fire Danny in a second to save our asses. No problem.
It was some of the stuff, man. We do not, in 2007, man, we do not have the same. Black people we're not in 1950, and we're not going back.
No.
So it's like some of the things, man, we can laugh at, and they have no power to them at all. But it's like a rule that we have to be mad every time somebody white says something. Some of that stuff is, I want to say something back to Imus, but funny. Not like, you should lose your job because you shouldn't have said that, Don. You shouldn't have said Jigaboo and Wannabe. If there was no reference point that Spike said it, and black people actually, we feel that way. I was looking at the Rutgers game. The Rutgers girls are tough to look at.
Yeah. Hey, we're going to try to get you on Patrice, on Imus' show, Patrice. I think you could use the help. You got a good perspective on these things. We loved what you did with Sean Hannity with the whole Michael Richards thing.
Yeah,
so.
It's like my thing with Sean Hannity was stop. Look, I am not. I don't care what all the black leaders who black people actually didn't vote for. We don't vote for our black leaders. They're appointed by white people to who they hate the most. We don't have a black leader that white people like.
Yeah.
That's why Barack Obama, you don't hear him saying he's Obama!
Yeah, he's not saying he's a black leader because white people like him.
Right, but he's not a black leader, but he's black. But white people don't dislike him. That's why he's not our leader.
Yep, Colin Powell.
Yeah,
same thing. They didn't like him.
But Sean Hannity, I'm not taking him as my Jesus Christ for racism, Michael Richards. I'm not going to take him as.
All right,
but you get 4 or 5 credible blacks that you can raise. And I'm not going to raise mine for Michael Richards.
All right, Patrice, we got to go. We're running out of time. Thank you, sir.
Hey, you called me last night. Was it important?
Oh, just to say Grindhouse stunk.
Okay.
I like Grindhouse. We'll have to talk about that maybe on XM or tomorrow. Thanks, Patrice.
Bye, Doc.
All right. By the way, in all fairness, we did have a lot of black people, calling and talking about this today, and it was a shutout.
Yeah.
It was a shutout. All the black people that called our show today said, ain't no thing. They said, ain't no thing on this one. No big deal. Mr. Imus, the final word to you. Yes.
Your mom's box.
Good luck, bro. Good luck, bro.
Yeah.
Good luck, bro.
No.
Good luck, bro.
No.
See you over at XM. If not, Oh, what, Jimmy? What? We were done. It was a perfect ending. What do you want?
Well, after us, only for those of you in New York, JV and Elvis come on, but from noon to 3... After JV and Elvis is Nick DiPaolo, and if you happen to have the radio on, I'd love to hear his take on this.
Oh yeah.
It ain't going to be pretty.
He'll be good today. He'll be very good today. And the Fatso thing, we'll help you out tomorrow, all right? We got to go. Even our music is fading out now. Bye.
Bye.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
Welcome to XM Satellite Radio.
Can I thank the guy, by the way, who sent me The Wire? And just so you know, season 4, at the end of the on the season finale, and on one other, it ends like a minute before the episode ends.
Oh my
God! The tape cuts off.
Oh, that's never
And even
good.
though in the season finale for The Wire, they always play a song, and they have like a montage. It's really well done. Montage. So, could you resend me the season finale and like the last 4 episodes on disc, because the last minute cuts off on them, and I was just
that's funny.
Livid.
Justin from Pittsburgh. After listening to the Walkover hiatus best of, I'm demanding a reunion between Opie and his old friend Black Gary. This would be a gem.
Yep.
Well, you go try to find what prison he's in. I don't know. I don't have time to do that. How about that?
You're going to talk like that, you're going to be apologizing.
True. That's right.
Like Mr. Imus. See, he should have used a character when he did that. Should have used a character. He broke his own rules.
He used to use characters. Sid was his character.
Yes, Sid.
Sid was the one that would say all that outrageous shit.
Say all the stupid stuff and get in trouble for it.
Yeah. Let's go to Steve in Kentucky. Steve, what's going on? How are you today?
It is Steve.
And Opie had the right suggestion, by
Hey,
the
what's
way.
going on,
What was that?
Hold on, Steve. Fire Rob Bartlett. Make a statement.
Absolutely.
We want Bartlett fired.
And we want him to go, but what did I do? And the bosses look at him and go, oh, you know what you did.
That's right.
You
now,
know.
And that's racist.
And that's all they give him. Steve, Kentucky, what's up?
Hey, guys. Hey, Opie, I've been taking your advice. You know, when the show gets to dragging a little bit, I'll flip the channel, listen to something else, bounce back and forth. You know,
Fuck, we didn't mean that, by the way.
Yeah.
We want you to sit through the horse shit, too.
Just say it. We don't mean it.
We don't mean it.
You guys tell people, you don't like it, go somewhere else. Well, I tuned in, I listened to the replay Friday afternoon, and I tell you what, best show y'all have done in the 3 years I've been listening to you.
You like this?
Absolutely outstanding.
What do you like, though? Slave Girl?
Yeah, and you know what? Even if it would have been Patrice hitting a white girl, the way you guys narrated and described what was going on, you know, the guys that don't have Pal Talk or a computer or whatever, we're out here on the road, it was just fantastic. And you know what the best part of the whole deal was? Little Jimmy Norton wasn't there to screw it up, just like he did the end of the FM show a few minutes ago.
Oh,
sir, how they screw it up?
What happened, Steve? How did Jimmy screw up the FM show?
Oh, you guys had a great finish. Your mom's box. Good luck, bro. And then Jimmy's got to break in with, somebody send me some CDs or listen to the show.
What? No. Dude, hold on.
The show's great. Jimmy, go on the road.
Hold on a minute, stupid.
Oh, boy.
Hold on a minute, sir.
Steve, that was
said on the XM side. And the thing I said at the end of the show was that they should listen to Nick DiPaolo because the better that station does, the better it is for us there. So that was, and a guy who I happen to like.
Nothing but drivel.
All right, well, go fuck yourself.
Oh, boy.
All right, Steve. That was the
But
Jimmy
anyway,
bit
bring
we do from
Patrice
time to
back.
time.
That was hurtful.
Yeah, that's kind of hurtful. Why don't you say something positive to me? Leave him on.
I don't like you, Jimmy. You've made some comments in the past I don't like. And
okay, no, dude, that's...
No, I'm not going to discuss it with you because
Why?
I'm going to give you the opportunity. Guys, great show. Listen to you when Jimmy's
He's
gone.
gonna chicken
Thanks.
shit out on you.
Of course he does. He's a cunt. I'm not going to discuss it with you because that would give you an
said
opportunity.
something.
I said some comments.
Yep.
What's the matter? You married to a fat pig? I'll bet you that's what it is. I'll bet you he has to go home
Yep.
and fuck a big fat pig. And he doesn't like that I rail on fatties.
And you said, yeah.
And
you said something about fatties he didn't like.
Yeah.
Hit too close to home, so you're an asshole.
Yeah, fuck him. Stupid accent. But I like the fact that he tunes the show out when I'm on. So if you did that, why'd you call it I'm here, stupid?
Yeah, you shouldn't have known.
All right.
Hopefully he'll wind up in a ditch, paralyzed.
Justin from
He had
Philly.
a dream.
He's a miserable Flyers fan, and he just wants to congratulate me on the stupid Islanders, and that's how he wrote it. Congratulations on your stupid Islanders. Flyers, worst team in hockey this year. Let's just acknowledge that.
They pulled their miracle.
All right, Slave Girl, Jimmy.
I missed that.
Slave Girl. We just have the clips. The video, is there a video actually up on opieandanthony.com? Are we that insane?
Hope not.
Are we that insane to have a video? It's on YouTube. It's what? What? He's whispering.
Oh, yes.
What?
It's not up yet.
We were insensitive and
What?
shouldn't have done Slave Girl.
Who's that old broad?
Be nice. There's a...
What, Sam?
There's no video yet.
Oh, okay.
A young lad with her.
Ooh.
What are they doing?
I don't know.
They're just here to fucking watch a stupid radio show.
Paperwork.
What are you guys doing out there?
It's like Lynn Samuel's road team.
That's very... What are they doing? Why are they doing paperwork? It's a dumb radio show where we tell a bunch of dick jokes.
Well, occasionally...
I can understand if it's a quick read this statement and sign, but there's like pages.
Occasionally you make a comment I don't like.
God dang it.
There's pages. They got to show ID.
More importantly, is my smoothie on the way?
And my
I
sandwich.
don't remember Kenny asking. Kenny's usually very good with that, and now he may have to be reprimanded.
Hey,
can you bring me a copy of what they have to fill out? Just a clean copy.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah.
What are you reading?
Paperwork.
Just to be here. Holy crap. Who started this? I know we've had it from the...
And how can a kid sign a contract I don't think he's allowed.
How many pages is this?
6 or 8.
You're not kidding.
No, I am kidding.
How many pages, really?
Just one.
Oh. No, there's a couple, because this guy's showing me the same thing.
2. I ignored the second page.
And you got to, like, show ID and all that. And
yeah.
Was your cavity searched?
Yeah, that'll hurt.
Not me.
Not you? All right.
This is fine. It's not much.
It's not much. What's all that stuff?
Honestly, it's just your name, address. It just kind of gives XM the right to broadcast you if we're talking to them or whatever. Mm-hmm. And the next page is just a copy of the driver's license. It's really not under
disclaimer.
How about a sign? You're on mic at all times.
On air.
When you enter this.
Don't complain.
All right, whatever.
Or beat it.
Hey, so Slave Girl, the video, can we throw the video up? Thumbs up?
Let's wait till Imus thing goes away.
We played Slave Girl.
I want to hear the...
on Friday, Jimmy, and I was talking to Anthony at F.H. Riley's.
Yep.
400 New York Avenue in the heart of Huntington Village.
Had a good time.
We had a good time Saturday. Speaking of which, did you like Art of the Topless?
Oh, yeah, they did a great job.
I got to be honest, I was very skeptical when Fat Opie, a.k.a. Patrick, said that he was getting this band together to do songs of the Opie and Anthony / Ron and Fez show. I was like, wow, this is going to be just a disaster of epic proportions to the point where we barely promoted it. We mentioned it twice.
Yeah, a couple of times.
And I thought I was doing Art of the Topless a favor. I'm figuring this isn't going to be that good, and why have a lot of people watch a disaster? Ron and Fez pushed it, put them over. They show up at F.H. Riley's. I actually enjoyed their song, Check, 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 Check. That I think that was the song they did at midnight. Check, 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 check.
Thank God I didn't show up when they said they were going on.
My brother was losing his mind. It's midnight. They're still setting up. They came with enough equipment to play Madison Square Garden. It's F.H. Riley's. My brother said they were setting up towers of speakers that were just like wobbly. And my brother's like, what are you doing? This place holds 150 people tops. Told them to take their wall of sound down and get the damn show on the road. And at midnight, you heard check, 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 check. And Ronnie and I looked at each other like, oh, boy.
It's the Check, Check song.
But then they got it together. It was their first gig as Art of the Topless, and rave reviews by everyone. They kicked ass. It's all the music from the show, Jimmy. Okay. Everything from the Black Girl song to Patty singing White Rabbit instead of doing the karaoke version.
That, yeah.
They start with Ecstasy of Gold. They go into their own version of Little Rage Against the Machine. All of a sudden, they play a little Sabbath because they know you like Sabbath. It was a nice mixture of songs that you know and love from the Opie and Anthony / Ron and Fez show. And they're on to something. So I'm thinking that they should do it live a week from Friday, right here at XM, where we could really...
That'd be cool.
Where we could really set it up and you could hear every single word. Because my brother was part of the 8-hour rehearsal because they never did a gig before. And he said, you gotta hear... the sound wasn't the greatest at F.H. Riley's, but it was good enough. He says it's unbelievable how good it is.
Mm-hmm.
And my brother sang Put the Fucking Lotion in the Basket. He did a little opera number with... Pat from Milwaukee, and Pat was in a dumb blonde wig playing his role. Dude, Jimmy, it was hilarious. I was amazed.
Pat was wearing a wig.
I was amazed.
And he had a little dog with him.
Right. And then you had Poe going up there to sing When Doves Cry, which is a staple of the show now. And you had Anthony doing a few of his numbers that are staples of the show.
Sure.
I'm trying to remember some of the other obscure ones. Like, out of nowhere, they would sing a song like, holy crap, I forgot that we used to play that. Patrick.
Hello.
What's going on, Patrick?
Good evening.
Well, thanks a lot. I'm just, I'm amazed myself at how well it was received. So
yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. I was very skeptical, like I said, but you guys pulled it off, and you were great at F.H. Riley's. To the point,
Thank you.
I wrote a bunch of people on yesterday morning, and we want you guys to perform live here at XM. A week from Friday, the day before we take a vacation.
A week from Friday, okay. I'll have to get that together.
That means you got to get the rehearsals in and really sound really, really tight,
crisp.
We bring in all the people that you need because they're constantly calling up guest vocalists to do their roles, and we want to air the whole thing on XM. Sometime a week from Friday, because we usually call it in the day before we go on vacation anyway. So this could be a good way to send us off on vacation for a couple weeks.
All All right. I'll have to get word out to everyone. Need to take a day off from work.
Alert the band.
Hey, Patrick, what other songs did you guys perform? I'm trying to remember all of them. You did like Black Girl, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did Lady McCartney. We did, geez, I got to remember now. You know what? I got a set list.
Fez sang Makes You Fez.
Yep. It was a 40-song set list.
Wow.
I don't know if he played all 40.
Jesus.
And they didn't actually pretty close to 30.
30, okay. And it seemed like you played just about all of them.
Yeah, we did Shelter Me, the Grey Wolf song. We did...
Yeah, you do Shelter Me.
Run XM, right? Run XM, right?
Yeah.
Yes? This is XM now?
Yes.
We did Put the Fucking Lotion. We did Jump Into the Fire from Goodfellas. We did some Rock Gut with Anthony. Thanks a lot, Anthony, for coming up.
Oh, sure. Anytime.
We had Dawn get up. We had Dawn do some of the stuff that she does at the karaoke nights at F.H. Riley's, and then just to change it up, we had her put on a bass and actually play bass with us.
Yeah, Dawn plays the bass guitar.
Hmm?
Oh, just commenting. Patrick's sleepy. We were up for Easter yesterday.
Yeah.
Over Mommy's house.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to be hungover after Easter. Jesus.
No.
Get it together, Patrick.
Little drinking.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of drinking.
On Easter?
It's Easter. You got to drink.
Maybe a little wine for the baby Jesus.
It's a big party holiday, isn't it?
For the baby Jesus.
Huh?
I mean, it syncs up with that pagan fertility festivities and all that. You got to drink.
Easter? Wow.
Well, yeah, that's the whole thing with the bunnies and the eggs, right?
I thought it was just when Jesus turned into a zombie.
Let's be honest with each other, Patrick. You're not doing too well on the phone, but you were great at F.H. Riley's on Saturday night with the band.
Right.
Art of the Topless.
You know, that's what I do. I don't do this. I do that.
So a week from Friday, we want to get this together. XM's willing to fly up some of their experts and make sure you have a great sound a week from Friday. We're thinking 10:30, so it goes into Ron and Fez a little bit, and we want you to play your whole set. Or not your whole set, like a best of set, maybe an hour.
Okay.
And then we'll have the guest vocalist, we'll get Stalker Patty and the rest of them. I'm sure you could talk Anthony into singing a song or two.
Sure. Why not?
Or two, and then we'll let everyone else hear what you guys did on Saturday at FH.
Great.
It's a huge opportunity, so get the band out of work. Then Eric Logan was talking about maybe doing some things with you. You might be onto something, is what we're saying.
Okay, well, cool. That's great news. So, and thanks a lot. Thanks for everything you guys have done. You know, I'm happy to be able to do something to kind of get back here.
Get a hold of yourself.
All right.
Get a hold of yourself.
You're like Cheswick as McMurphy's leaving.
I gotta say, I was very excited to talk about the time at FH this Saturday with Art of the Topless, and now I'm regretting it. Now I'm not that excited anymore.
Are you going to say goodbye to me, Mac? Settle down, Charles.
All right, Patrick.
All right, thanks a lot.
Later, man.
Get the band together for a week from Friday. That's all you need to know right now. All right.
Okay.
All right. Anyway, so then, holy shit. Oh, was that like pulling teeth? Was that pulling teeth?
It wasn't that pleasant. It was
Patrick gets a band together and the songs together and everything. He's not a radio guy.
And all of a sudden he was like a rock star up there. He's
like
pointing and winking.
He's singing, he's pointing, he's doing everything. And then get on the phone with the radio. It's a little different.
I just know him as the creep that takes pictures of everybody from far away. And now, like on Saturday, he's just this huge rock star on the stage. Like, same guy.
Yeah.
What the hell's going on here? Anyway, whatever. We'll put it together, and then we'll show you how great it really was, because he really doesn't know how to sell his band yet. He really doesn't. So I'm talking to Anthony, and we want to start Exploitation Fridays on the Opie and Anthony show for the next few weeks.
Yeah.
We started with Slave Girl. We're thinking of doing something with Prison Babes, and then we need more themes for Exploitation Fridays.
Gratuitous nudity.
Yeah, well, Grindhouse is bringing back the exploitation film a little bit. We did Slave Girl. We're thinking there's something there.
Some kind of science fiction theme where we can get a woman maybe nude to be molested by a robot.
Nude, good.
Something like that.
There you go. So we need some more ideas for Exploitation Friday.
A creature thing. Where someone in a bad creature mask picks up a woman nude. And she's got to give her best, like, B-movie scream.
Or how about a stump? Like in the first part of the Rodriguez movie, girl with a stump.
A stump
has to do something.
Right. We need an amputee girl.
By the way, Jimmy, a lot of phone calls saying how great you are, but
of course.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah,
Jimmy's
but I just want to acknowledge they're there.
Oh, dude, no, I never mind.
On Miami.
My only problem with that guy was that he was he just wouldn't say what he didn't like because he's a faggot. That's the only problem I have with him. I don't think he likes me.
All right.
Just
what
be
an
a man.
head.
Yeah.
But it gets your fans pissed and they're
no, that's all right. Please, that's the odds.
I just want to acknowledge
thank you guys
out there. All right,
don't be mad.
Jimmy knows your love.
It's appreciated.
All right, so Exploitation Friday coming to the Opie and Anthony show. Maybe the message boards can help us out. We're trying to come up with some more themes. So far, we only got Slave Girl and Prison Babes for sure.
Yeah.
But from Friday's show, because Jimmy, you missed one of the greatest lines in Opie and Anthony history.
Ooh.
It's within these 3 or 4 clips. Oh, it's the third track.
Okay.
Francine just delivers one of the best lines ever.
We had the lovely Francine in, and she was just going to read the news. But, I don't know. She's done it before. She read through a few, and we're like, not really feeling it. And then Opie brought up the idea maybe Slave Girl. We had no idea what that was supposed to be, and kind of just crafted it on the air.
We had a moment with Louis C.K., because all of a sudden, Francine's just in here. I'm like, hey, why don't we play Slave Girl? And Louis C.K. looks at us like, Slave Girl, like we know exactly what that is, and we're just breaking out a bit. He goes, oh, cool. How do you play? And I look at Louis and go, I don't know. We're gonna make it up.
We just made this up.
We're going to make it up as we go. And Louis C.K.'s eyes got really big, and he's like, this is the show I need to be on.
He goes, oh, you're just spitballing it. We're like, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we do. Man. And he thought that was the greatest thing from a creative standpoint. He's like, wait, you're just going to make up Slave Girl live on the air? I'm like, yeah, we're going to make it up.
And we figured it out. Of course, it entailed Francine pulling her pants down and showing her panties.
She wears awful panties, by the way.
Those striped ones. Patrice loved them.
Oh,
he said he was going to jack off to them later on.
Wear a thong or boy shorts. Those fucking awful striped panties.
She's wearing striped panties. We had to keep telling her to pull them up because they were all baggy in the back.
Of course they were.
And, she got them pretty tight, and then Danny came in with the paddle, and then we had a scenario worked out. We had a couple of them that didn't kind of work. Like, some people like some scenarios, other like the other, but the key was she was the slave girl.
Well, yeah. Well, the first track, the paddling begins. Francine isn't into it yet.
Yeah.
We need to motivate her a little bit.
She really came alive because at first, she needed direction. An actress without direction, they're not going to give you their best.
No.
All right, here we go. Listen to this.
Slave Girl. Spank me, master.
Oh, she wants it.
Spank me harder, master.
This stinks.
You gotta say it with some emotion.
Don't hit me, man. No, master.
You don't want it. You don't. See,
you don't want it.
Girl, you gotta explain it to her.
Get a little emotion.
No,
go.
master.
Oh, please. Yeah, you totally don't know about slavery.
Yeah,
see,
no,
you
master,
didn't like
please.
this.
No, master. Please don't hit me. No, master.
No, master. Please don't hit me.
No, there's gotta be a panic in your voice. Lucy K is he's a big wig in the entertainment business. You never know.
You never know. I could put you in a movie.
A big wig.
I made Pootie Tang.
He wrote with Chris Rock. He's got a watch proving it.
Say just say. Oh, no, master. Like,
no, master, please.
No, master, please don't hurt me.
No, master, please don't hurt me.
Not bad.
If it hurts.
Oh, fucking
hurts. She turns around and gets pissed off at Danny because he's hitting a little too hard.
Yeah, Danny's hitting her a little hard. Well, he had that big, heavy paddle.
Yeah, so far.
That didn't help.
So far, who cares, right, Jimmy?
That's all right. I care. I like it.
But, I mean, it's got to start somewhere when you're making it up on the spot. So then the next track here, Francine gets her motivation. Ant sets her up. Ant really puts the whole slave girl thing over.
I didn't think because she was having a problem without it being put in the context. So I had to play the slave master, even though Danny was doing the beating over the radio. You can't tell, so.
Yeah, Danny
Jeff from Philly. Jeff. Slave Girl, wow, replaying a drawn-out bit you did the last show. I'll check back in tomorrow. And could you lose that we're only playing it for Jimmy bit? He has XM. He heard the replay. Did you hear Slave Girl?
No.
Well, no, obviously you're a liar, Jimmy.
And now, because Jeff kind of challenged us, and he thinks he knows more about radio, could everyone call right now that did not hear Slave Girl on Friday? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Watch the phones explode.
Hey, idiot, you know nothing about radio and the way it works. Most people didn't hear it.
Jeff, if you really need to know, because maybe you're, I don't know, maybe you're in management or something, maybe you do your own radio show, maybe, I don't know.
Maybe you're a dumb cunt.
The real reason we're replaying Slave Girl right now is one, yes, because of... Hello?
Hi. You said to call if we didn't hear the bit.
This is Jim Norton, and I didn't hear it.
Jimmy, you're staring right at me. You don't have to be on the phone. You could just said, well, you said to do something, and I was doing it.
You say jump, I say how high. That's the way it is, Boston.
You look ridiculous being on the phone talking to me as you're staring.
Oh, damn it. We were I thought that was Jimmy. I was looking at him. He was on the phone. Every time his lips moved, the words came out of the radio.
See, we'll show our knowledge. The reason we're replaying this is, A, because we think Jim Norton would enjoy it, and maybe it would give us a little more take on the actual slave girl bit.
Yep.
And secondly, because we just set up Exploitation Fridays, this is another way to kind of push that concept forward. That's what you do in radio, you dope.
You're a self-important douchebag who thinks that you're the only one listening to this show. See, you heard the show. You heard this. So you assume that everyone is like you and was listening. There are plenty of people that didn't hear it, you dumb fuck. Oh.
Let's say hi to Eric in New York. Eric.
Hey, boys, good morning.
What's up?
I had no idea what you guys are talking about. I did not hear the show.
And how many hours a week do you listen to us?
I could probably say that I listen to maybe 30 hours a week.
Swear.
Same.
Swear.
Eric, we don't need, I swear to God, we don't need anyone kissing our ass. We want people just to tell the truth.
The XM radio does not get changed from 202. I listen to you on replays, and I listen to you in the morning, and I missed it.
You know, the average person on regular radio listens way less than an hour a day?
Well, I could say that I listen to
So you're saying you listen to about 30 hours a week, and you did not hear Slave Girl?
I did not hear it, no.
Thank you. And you're being honest, right?
I am...
Well, Opie, one caller. What is one caller going to prove?
We're doing this for Jeff. Chris in the Bronx.
What's up, boys? Let's see. Friday, if I'm not mistaken, it was a holiday. Wasn't it Good Friday? A lot of people off of work.
Well, you know, I could add that to the reason we're playing it today as well. We had a very, very small audience on Friday because a ton of people had Good Friday off. You're absolutely right. Forgot about that one as well.
Exactly.
Well, I'm sure that doesn't make any difference.
Did you hear it, Chris?
No, I did not.
And how many hours a week do you listen to the show?
I'm a UPS driver. I got an hour commute coming down, and it's on in my truck every time I'm in and out.
Is it safe to say you listen 10 hours a week?
Easily.
And you didn't hear the bit. Thank you. This is for Jeff, who thinks he knows more than we do.
He didn't hear.
Bob in Ohio. Bob.
Hey, I want to hear it because it sounds like Francine is getting pretty hot and worked up. I didn't hear anything Friday.
There you go.
Okay.
Should we keep going? Anthony in Connecticut. Anthony.
Hey, guys, I can't wait for Mohegan Sun. That's going to be the greatest show ever. But anyway, I did not hear it. I was at church.
All right. Thank you, sir. Dork. James in Riverhead. James.
What's up, boys?
Hey.
I did not hear it, and I listened to you. I'm up at about 8 in the morning. I catch the last hour of that.
See, douchebag. It's at a different time than we played it.
That's another thing we're doing right now.
You just don't understand radio, so you come off looking like an ass. What was his name?
Jeff from Philly. You know what?
Jeff from Philly is a homosexual.
I would take more calls, but quite frankly, they're not calling. So 4 people didn't hear the bit. So
see, 4 people.
All right, and other people are saying they did hear it on Friday, and they do want to hear it again because they missed it on the replay.
I want to hear it.
All right, so Francine gets her motivation for Slave Girl, and Aunt helps her out and sets her up nicely. This isn't the really good clip. That's next.
Okay.
Oh, I've been bad, Master.
No, more emotion, like you're on the verge of tears.
She's delving from white girl to black slave.
Yeah.
I've been so bad, man.
All right, you know what? What am I supposed to be again? Am I supposed to be scared?
You're supposed to be
a big identity crisis. Let's give her motivation. You're scared. You did something wrong. Maybe think what that might have been and said, I know I've been bad. I know I shouldn't have whatever. That type of thing. Begging for mercy.
You broke a fucking crystal glass.
Right.
Okay.
And the guy, fucking big white guy with a beard, came in and sees the shattered glass and looks at you.
Wow, you've broken my porcelain.
Hey, can we go to the phones?
I didn't mean to, Master.
There we go.
I didn't mean to.
Please don't hit me, all that shit.
Please don't hit me. I won't do it again. Oh, shit.
She does such a good job.
Yeah.
Oh, please, Massa. What?
I want to go to the phones, talk to more people who didn't hear the bit.
Well, the phone's crapped out from too much volume.
No, there's some,
too many phone calls.
Yeah, too many. We made our point, Jimmy.
I just want to talk to
Jimmy, trust me, we made our point. All right, here's Patrice gives the scenario because we weren't happy with that take. We wanted a better take. So Patrice gets involved, helps with the scenario, and then Francine finally gives line of maybe the year.
She was sucking a. I'm a field hand. She's house, right?
Yeah.
She was sucking. She got caught sucking my dick in the house.
I was getting there.
In the house. In the house.
All right, so you're dead.
Massa caught me.
You're fucking strung up out back.
And she is trying to live.
That's right.
All right, yeah.
You are dead on the floor.
So now
at her feet.
And now as you're pleading, you got to kind of like
I'm pleading for my life.
and say, I know I did what Patrice said, but mercy, blah blah blah.
Started out with
I think you kind of know that.
You gotta spit the cum out of your mouth.
I think you kind of know that if you take this beating, Mass is going to jack off on your ass and go to sleep. So there's part of you that's optimistic because you've been down this road. This isn't the first field nigger that you've blown and gotten killed. It happens about twice monthly.
Split fuck from North Carolina. He's got an idea. Let's say she got caught reading the news.
Yeah. Well, they wouldn't look kindly on that.
No. All right, let's go. Here,
all right.
Scene.
Now,
although if they heard her reading the news, they'd be like, all right, we're not much of a threat.
Wait, go ahead.
Start me off, Anthony.
Oh. Wow, what is this? Let me get the scene done. Oh, I'm home from town, and wow, what is this I see here? Are you blowing the field, nigga?
Down goes Patrice.
There goes Patrice. What the?
Oh, no, Master, I didn't mean to blow the field, nigga.
Oh, my God.
All right, we're on to something now.
This is crazy. We're on to something now. All right. See, it started with nothing and it developed for like an hour.
I didn't mean the way she says that is so fucking funny. She kind of gets all flustered before she says it.
Francine gets hit really hard here and screams.
Oh, no, Master. I didn't mean to blow the field, nigga.
Well, I walked in here and caught you blowing the field, nigga. Now you're going to have to pay.
No, Master, I was just so horny.
Jesus.
He got me worked up in a furry.
Now you take this, you young...
That's it. See, you just have to hit her harder. That's all this takes.
How dare you bring that boy into my house? You apologize to Master.
I apologize, Master.
Oh, my God. And there you have it for Friday, Jimmy. Slave girl.
That's kind of sexy, man.
Sure. What wouldn't it be sexy about that?
She would turn around and start yelling at Danny. She would get so pissed off
like,
at Danny.
What the fuck, Danny? Danny gave her a couple of really good whacks on the ass.
We got some pictures up on opieandanthony.com from Friday's show.
So one of the best ones was the one we played earlier where she goes like, oh, shit.
Yeah. So we want to audition more girls to do Slave Girl on the Opie and Anthony show, and then we want to get this Exploitation Friday thing going. So we'll see what happens in the coming weeks. Tom in Philly, what's up?
Hey, I love you, love the show. Jeff from Philly's a faggot, and I didn't hear it on Friday.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Let's go to Rich in Wyoming. Rich?
Hey there, Rich.
Hey.
Hey, Rich.
Hey.
Hi.
Rich?
What you got for the show?
Hi.
Hey, Rich.
I can barely hear you guys. I was just calling. I didn't hear that Friday.
Hello, is Rich there? Rich? You're on the air.
Hey, Rich.
Hey, I didn't hear that Friday, that Slave Girl.
Why is he not talking?
Rich! Rich, go ahead. You're on the air with Opie and Anthony.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, Rich. What do you got? What do you got?
Hey, I was just calling to tell you I didn't hear that
Is
Friday.
Rich on the line? Rich?
I'm trying to hear Rich. Rich is on the phone.
I guess I'm not on the phone.
All right, push that button down.
Everyone
there
that's on hold, say hi right now.
Hi.
All right, I hear him.
All right, Rich, you're on the
Rich, what
air.
do you got for the show today, Rich? Wyoming.
Hey, I was just letting you know I didn't hear that Friday.
How much? Rich.
Holy shit.
Whose phone is that?
This is crazy.
Whose phone is that?
With me?
Someone's phone is ringing.
Let's say hi to Andrew on Long Island. Andrew! Fucking Mars. What's up?
Not much. I probably listened to the show about 50 hours.
Andrew's on the phone.
I didn't hear Slave Girl.
You didn't hear Slave Girl? I think we made our point.
Did you enjoy that?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I also got a midget story.
Oh.
This is unprecedented. You're actually calling for two things at the same time?
Coming.
Yep.
We interrupt this program to bring you the Ozone Midget sighting of the day.
Right.
All right. Me and my wife were in Dunkin' Donuts.
What?
Me and my wife were in Dunkin' Donuts, and I'm ordering everything, and lady behind the counter is like, does she want anything? I'm like, no, that's my wife. She's with me. And all of a sudden, this little thing comes walking out behind my wife, and I just started laughing hysterical because I didn't even know that she was behind there, and it was pretty funny. I guess you had to be there.
Oh my God!
Wow, you crashed and burned with a.
You don't call a radio
midget
show with
story.
I guess you have to be there story. Ever.
Yeah.
All right.
You should have said something funny, like they said, what do you want? And I wanted munchkins, and then this midget walked out. I said, give me a box of that thing.
All right, thank you, guys.
The least you could have done was like a Munchkins joke or something.
Yeah.
I know.
There's so much to work with there.
Yeah.
I wasn't thinking.
Or how you bought coffee, and it was hot, and you didn't get any milk, and you threw it in the midget's face, and everyone laughed and pointed while he ran around with his little fat hands that couldn't reach his cheeks.
You're going to have to apologize, Jimmy.
I apologize.
The midget groups are listening.
You're right.
Apologize to the midgets.
All right. We're going to take a break and get into some things. We got a nice studio audience.
Yeah, where'd they come from?
Well, you got a lot of Mets fans because they're going to opening day.
Opening day.
Even though it's winter in New York, enjoy freezing
nice
asses
freezing
off
cold day
today.
Wonderful.
I gave my nosebleed seats away to Danny, so you'll see Danny.
Danny's going?
Yeah, way up in right field. Way up.
At least you're there, though, right?
Absolutely.
That's all that
I've never been
counts.
to my Mets opening day.
Oh, okay.
So it's exciting for me.
Yeah, it's gonna be freezing. Great. Have fun.
All right.
Maybe the fucking jet exhaust will keep you warm. The plane's taking off from LaGuardia.
All right. Closer to the Jets than home plate.
Yeah, exactly.
I saw those seats.
Oh, the virus is out.
Tell your friends.
He's infected.
That's right, Opie.
Thanks, Matthew.
Shut your mouth.
I love the homoerotic nature of the whole event.
The virus made my genitals rot off.
Whoa, dude, don't come near me.
We're your celebrity skin cancer connection.
And it was better than my first kiss.
Oh, laugh until your innards spill out on the chair.
Anthony Show.
All right, we go right to the instant feedback. I want to make a plea. For all the haters out there, stop hiding behind your keyboards and call the fucking show. The number's right on your unit. Stop being pussies behind your keyboards. Enough. Jim in Michigan, prima donna fuck, still whining about the free tickets that 500,000 people would love to have. Buy your own tickets, you cheap bastard. Talking about the Mets home opener today, right? Eric Logan announced that he was getting us tickets for the Yankees home opener for these guys. They're big Yankees fans. And tickets for myself for the home opener at Shea. Now, Jim, maybe you have, like, low self-worth, so it's okay in your world. A couple things. First of all, I do buy my tickets to the Mets. I go to a few games every year, and I buy them. I don't ask anyone for them. Every once in a while, I'm offered free tickets, and if I'm free, I'll take them, and I'm very grateful.
Sure.
But we work for a company where we make a shitload of money for them. And after many, many years, well over 20 years of being treated like shit in radio, stupid me has decided that maybe I should be treated a little better. So when your big boss says he's got tickets for the home opener, I didn't ask for the tickets to the home opener, by the way. I wasn't even going to go to the home opener because this time of year I don't really give a shit about baseball when hockey's still being played. So I wait a little longer, wait for the season to develop, and then I'll go, catch a game or two at Shea Stadium. But when the boss says he's going to get you tickets for the home opener, they better damn well be good seats. Sorry. My self-worth's a lot higher than yours, obviously, Jim. It's okay for you, I guess, but it's not okay for me and the amount of money we bring in for XM.
He wouldn't take them.
That is a fact. Yes, you're 100% right. Because I do have a higher self-worth, okay?
He wouldn't.
The tickets were completely ridiculous. It was almost in the last row of the stadium in right field. You could see the parking lot a hell of a lot better than home plate.
Awful seats.
Yes, I should bitch. Especially considering that the Yankee tickets were pretty much right off third base.
In the dugout. In the Yankees dugout. You got to hang out with the players. It was wonderful.
I'm not looking for the best seat in the house, but I'm looking for something that's a little respectable.
You know why?
A couple seats that are respectable. And I don't want any jokes, Jimmy. I'm serious. I'm pissed off that we're treated like that.
Keep your jokes to yourself.
But I had a good one.
All right, go ahead. What the hell?
Yourself.
It is a comedy show. Go ahead.
She was walking to a bar.
That's a good one. I love it.
He thinks I asked for tickets, and this is the best they could do, and I'm complaining. I never asked for the tickets, so...
The bottom line is this. It's like, if someone says I got home opener tickets, it's like, you can't say it, but I'll say it for you. Personally, he's Opie from the Opie and Anthony show. If he's going to get tickets from the boss who has the contract for baseball... And it's a high-profile show that does well for XM. You have to understand, Jim, they have tickets that they didn't pay for Major League Baseball.
And look, if these tickets were for a dude that's on the Boneyard, then they're perfect. Let's be honest, they're perfect seats.
For a jock slouch that's just spinning
hair bands. Yeah. He's going to be very appreciative, of course.
Or a non-white.
All right.
Right. I'm amazed. Reverend Al has a talk show. He's got a radio show.
I guess.
Where does Reverend Al have a radio show?
It's on the line in New York. He couldn't get a New York radio station.
Are you serious?
Yes.
And you know what? He's using Imus to get a little attention for his radio show.
Despite Imus' scheduled appearance, Sharpton said his position was unchanged. He wants Imus fired and intends to write the FCC about the matter. What could he possibly write? Oh, yeah, well.
Whatever. Fat complaining.
I love the people that threaten that they're going to, write a letter to the FCC. They have no clue how the FCC works.
No, you're allowed to say that.
Yeah, this is not an FCC violation.
An FCC violation.
Reverend Al should know that by now.
And he's in radio, and he's writing a complaint against another person to the FCC?
Right.
What kind of shit is that? You don't do that.
Oh, now I insulted Elo.
Hey, guys.
Hi, Eric. Welcome aboard.
Elo, how are you?
Oh, I'm peachy green.
Elo.
Yeah.
That was on Elo.
Forgetting Elo's got sound effects.
I love his car crash.
Elo.
Yes, sir.
You gave me really bad seats. I'm very depressed.
I had to pay for it myself out of my pocket.
Oh, my God. Elo bought those.
Well, Danny's going to enjoy the game today.
And the only reason why is because I just didn't have the hard tickets from the Mets. We've got great seats from the Mets. The Mets are great. I just didn't have them.
I would go to another game. I don't want to... Did you see where those seats were?
You know what? Listen.
When was the last time you sat up there?
I don't. I would tear the tickets up and never go.
You would never sit there.
Wait, Elo, what happened? The Mets didn't give you good tickets for Opie?
No. We just didn't get the tickets in yet. We didn't get them fast enough, and they're not even in the building, so I don't even know where.
You hinted that the seats were really good, and then when I opened up the package and I got so excited, I go, Than, show me where I'm sitting for the home opener, and then everyone just started douche chilling in the studio, to be honest.
Yeah, it's behind the Big Apple when they hit a home run.
Elo, it might as well be. Did you see where these seats were?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. I did. And I just took a chance and said, he's going to be really pissed, so I'll send him anyway.
And then it kind of hurt because then Jimmy and Ant were looking at their tickets, and they were it wasn't even close.
And do you know what Opie actually said? No one heard this, but Opie actually said, if life was a bowl of cherries, I'd get the pit.
Tough words.
And I didn't mean for it to get that crazy, but it was out of hand.
Did you really pay for them?
Yes, I did.
You're a sweet guy, Eric.
Now I would feel so bad.
It's much easier for me to do that than it is to not. Can you imagine what would happen if I sent a package up there and there was nothing in there?
I guess it's the thought that counts.
Well, again, you are very close to throwing out the first pitch for one of the upcoming Mets games, by the way.
Yeah, really?
No, you are.
Watch what I do with the first pitch.
I can't wait.
Watch what I do. It's never been done before.
You're going to throw it like with the mayor of, what was that, Detroit?
Oh.
Holy shit.
What did he do?
He fucking threw it almost to first base.
What?
It was hysterical.
I didn't see this yet.
He was so off. He throws it, and the ball ended up, I swear, it bypassed everybody.
Circle. It went in the batter circle, went in the dugout.
Yeah, into the dugout.
So what happened? He just got caught up on his cuff link or something?
Fucking choked.
Mayor of Detroit?
Yeah.
What, did he throw it with his foot?
Hey. Did Elo hang up? He should.
Why?
No,
that guy has no aim.
Elo.
You see, Imus?
As a corporate douche.
Oh, no. He paid for the tickets. This is our friend.
Yeah, whatever.
This is our friend that told the merger, and he goes, look, guys.
What do you think of the Imus situation? Like, as management, what would you do in Imus' case? And where's the pressure coming from? Give us a little insight.
The pressure, I think the pressure is coming clearly from the political groups. I actually think that Imus got on the wrong side of some politicians. And the politicians got together and they decided to go after him because, as you guys have been talking about all morning, he says things much worse and has been saying things much worse than this. And it was totally benign what he was saying. And I agree with you, Jim. He was quoting a Spike Lee movie, for God's sake. So.
Yeah. So do you think that because he really is rambling on like they didn't deserve to be made fun of. It just doesn't seem like
it's not coming from Imus.
Like there's something we're not seeing. I don't know what it is.
He's under. Well, I think he's got the ad. It'd be one thing if he was just on the radio, but you got to remember he's also on MSNBC too. Right. I think more of the pressure is coming from that side than it is the radio side.
Okay, so maybe it's like he's afraid of losing his TV gig, a nice, lucrative, fun gig.
Yeah. But listen, if he was on XM, I'd be standing up defending, his right, freedom of speech, freedom of choice, and then you can always say that, listen, you don't agree or disagree with what he had to say, which is kind of what you guys have been saying. It's a joke, but whether or not you agree or disagree is not the issue. The issue is that, he has a right to say what he wants to say, and there's choice in radio, and what he said is not illegal.
And it wasn't even mean spirit. It was just silly and kind of a corny reference, like an old white guy making the young black guy reference from like Patrice, like the 80s or whatever. But it wasn't vicious.
Elo, you know who went at it today? And it was great to see. And unfortunately, we couldn't get it on the radio. Jimmy and Tom Chiasano.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
About that issue.
Tom completely disagrees and think Imus was out of line.
Yeah.
He was out of line for saying.
Which amazes me.
Has Tom listened to Don Imus recently in the past 10 years?
I don't know. Probably not.
No. Again, it's like not to defend the guy, but again, why now? Why all of a sudden? It's an election year. You've got all these issues coming up. Why now do they single it out?
It's really weird. And Tom's disagreement I think Tom is probably a guy who went to college in the late 60s. So he's probably got like that mentality, like that whole, you know what I mean? Like that whole,
hippie.
No, I wouldn't even, maybe hippie or maybe just like a very like, oh man, you can't be mean to people on that level. I don't know his politics or anything. But it was kind of weird to hear him take that over such a mellow thing. He's like, he should apologize.
Yeah,
no, he shouldn't.
He's been around this type of radio for so long, too. And to say that was really surprising. Because we're not trying to do hate speech with our radio show, but every once in a while you're going to say something that's going to get someone's attention, unfortunately. And in a lot of cases you get fired for it.
Well, the scary part is forget what Imus said. It's more of a precedent if all of a sudden we start allowing people and public opinion and people to start regulating free speech. At that point, once you start down that path, where does it stop? Does it stop there? If it starts with what Imus said, where does it end? And every other group's going to come back, and then you're going to be doing the knock-knock jokes, Anthony, that you were doing earlier today.
That's right.
And I'm sorry, Eric, but as much as people have been complaining about the conservatives and free speech, and they have been atrocious, the political correctness, which, look, the corporations are enforcing it, but that kind of comes from a left mentality. It's like everybody like both sides of politics are finding reasons that certain things should not be allowed to be said. It's really, really irritating.
I mean, but if you keep going down this path and you allow, and first of all, let's say that there's some sort of movement. I think CBS has some sort of, sensitivity training that tells you what you can and can't say over their air. But imagine if you're watching The Sopranos like last night. Do you think the owners of Monopoly are going to stand up and say to David Chase, the creator of the show, going, "Why are you mocking my game by having a greenhouse stuck to the cheek of Tony Soprano?" I mean, at what point does it stop?
Yeah, it's awful example, but I mean, we know what you mean.
See, I figured I took too many shots.
I love that.
I'd leave that one for somebody
That had nothing to do with race,
Well, no, but my point is that
how come the railroads don't go anywhere? What?
There you go. That's a better one.
What are you talking about? But I know what you mean. I thought when you were saying Sopranos, I thought you were going to say, because they'll say nigger, or they'll say whatever, they'll say racist stuff about Italians or the Irish, because it's true to what they're doing. So why is that so acceptable for like actors to do it? But he does a harmless thing, and he has to grovel. He never should apologize. He should have told everybody just to die.
He's groveling now to a point where it's over groveling.
Yeah.
He's apologizing for things that don't even mean anything. Like that. Those are a nice bunch of girls, and they didn't deserve that. So he's apologizing personally to them. It's ridiculous. If you want to apologize...
if you're going to apologize, and by the way, we've all been in situations where you've either had to or thought about it or not. If you're going to do it one time. But I agree with you. Why he's taken the entire show for, going on 3 or 4 hours now and making it this giant apology? I don't understand. Make your apology and move on.
Yeah. I mean, there's something more going on. It just doesn't seem like it's so over the top.
Well, that's why I think it has to do with politics. That's why I think that he got on the wrong side somewhere, because he's very wired into politics, as you guys know. Yes. I mean, he is every politician from the Beltway to get on the air with him. Yep. He got sideways with somebody, and he is getting a lot of pressure. And because I don't have any insight, I got to believe it's coming from the TV side, from MSNBC, because this is for all intents and purposes, the third news network, and in many regards, it's surpassed CNN in terms of news entertainment. So. It's a very powerful brand in D.C., MSNBC is, and so there's a lot of pressure being applied to him.
Well, I guess he's afraid of losing the gig, but it's like, God, sometimes you just got to go, you know what? Worry about the garden riots. Why not fire back? Say, look, I apologize. What I said was stupid, and then fire back. You can't grovel to a guy like Sharpton. The guy's a piece of shit.
Yeah,
he's not an honest guy. He's not a guy with integrity. He called white people interlopers, and their store was burned down. He's never held accountable.
Well, CNN all morning has been running. CNN has had experts on the air playing both sides. So is Fox and Friends. So you've got all three major networks involved with this thing right now, and so you got to determine from the CNN Fox side, are they going to use this as some sort of weapon to slander or to smear mud against MSNBC, which clearly they're taking advantage of it right now. And Imus is the one that's getting the pressure. That's why I think it's all from the TV side. If he only said that on WFAN, I just don't see the pressure being what it is. I really don't.
Has any black people, besides our own sweet Patrice, has any black people on the shows said this is ridiculous that anybody cares about this? It was a little silly what he said. He said he was sorry. Let's move on. Has any black people taken a rational course, or are they all just running around trying to make up for 400 years of disgusting behavior with one older gentleman in a cowboy hat statement?
I don't know. I mean, we're a little more removed from it because we actually fall into the HBO side of things because we're a pay service, And when you're free over the air, you're certainly far more vulnerable to things like that. I mean, for God's sakes, turn on channel 150 and listen to that for an hour, and then let me know if what Don Imus said is that offensive.
What's 150?
Yeah, that's XM Comedy.
Oh, okay. Great. Like a black station or something.
Thanks for telling our whole audience to go somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all right. You got to go.
That's good.
That's wonderful. Like they can't have it. Are we doing well on XM, Eric? Really?
Yeah, great. Number one show. Number one channel.
Come on.
Nice.
You're just saying that.
I'm telling you.
Thank you. Are we bigger than the 60s channel?
The Beatles?
Or US Steel? Bigger than the Beatles?
Yes.
Yes, you're bigger than the Beatles.
Are we bigger than...
If you're number one, Jimmy, you're bigger than all of them.
Okay.
The number one?
The number one.
Are we bigger than Howard 100?
I don't know. I haven't seen their ratings.
That's good enough to be treated to bleacher seats, right?
That's right.
Brings it right back around.
Glad we're not number 2. He would have fucking handed you a whole radio and sang it in the parking lot.
I don't know, Opie. I mean,
number 2, I'm a hot dog vendor.
Well, the problem is you picked the wrong New York team. You see, if you would have picked the Yankees, you would have had better seats.
Oh, no. Oh, boy. The Metropolitan should have provided better seats for Gregory.
I'll get my own tickets. It's okay.
That's what he did.
But so you had 3. Everybody else had 2.
Well, yeah, 3 horrible seats make up for 2 good ones.
Yeah, there were plenty of them available. Where'd you get them? He probably went on eBay. Well, that was a good joke. That didn't even deserve a car crash.
Oh, he's doing his hand, too.
Wow. Me and Elo are just crashing cars.
It wasn't even. It was just a nothing. He probably went on eBay. What did I expect from that? A fucking standing ovation? I should lose my right to talk for an hour. He went on eBay. Where'd you go, folks? Get it? Just bought bad tickets. Ugh.
Be careful. eBay's going to call. They're going to be offended.
Yeah, let me apologize to all people who have sold bad tickets on eBay. I know you meant well.
Right.
eBay.
All right, Elo. Everything else good with you?
Things are great.
Said eBay.
Yeah. All right.
Things are great. Life is good.
Elo.
Very good. Good to
All right,
hear.
sweet. We'll talk soon, I hope, about that raise. I appreciate it.
Anytime, Jimmy.
Godspeed.
All right. There he goes. Eric
Those
Logan,
of you
everyone.
that don't know.
Ooh, he slammed up the phone a little harder.
Oh, he's a good boy.
Elo's a lutter.
No shit.
And that was actually, he said, I told Anthony's lips, it said serious.
Yeah.
Let's go to James in Cleveland. James?
What's up, guys?
Hi, James.
Hey, it wasn't the big deal, and I'm a black guy to listen to your show, okay? And I got the other end of
Black guy, house or field?
Let's put it like this. Look, field, work the house.
Ah, okay.
All right, he answered the question.
like it.
That's why he's a fan of the show. Thanks, James, for having a sense of humor.
I'm a slight fan of the show. Put it like this.
Wait, a slight fan? Hold on.
After that comment.
Oh, all right. He had to drop his status down a little bit. Go ahead, James. I'm sorry.
No, it ain't that everybody pissed that he called them jigaboos and wannabes, because that is a Spike Lee reference. But what he did, he called a bunch of kids some nappy-head hoes with tattoos.
But
that's rude.
They were. You have to
if that was my daughter, I would be pissed.
James, hold on. They were Rutgers students. I could almost see if they were like grade school, but they were Rutgers. They're college. They're all adults.
I think they're used to taking shit out on the court. They probably have shit yelled at them.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was saying they probably are used to it and have shit yelled at them as they're playing. You know, it's not new to these girls.
See, I ain't crazy about Imus, but if when he said the jigaboo thing, that impressed me at all. But I have a daughter in college, and if he called her a nappy-head hoe with a tattoo, that's what pissed people off.
Should he get fired for that?
No, I think you know what? I think a sincere apology. Now, don't try to fucking apologize because you're scared now, and you don't want to get thrown off the radio or lose your show. Or
I don't know where it comes from, but it looks like he's sincere about his apology.
Well, then shouldn't there be 5 parents that are like pissed off at this whole thing instead of an entire community? You're saying like if somebody called your daughter a nappy-headed hoe, you'd be pissed.
Right.
So shouldn't there be like a few family members maybe angry at this whole thing, and it's blown up into this entire black against white thing again? Here we go.
What I read in
you want to check this out, Anthony. I don't think it's black against white. I'm a black man, but I'm not mad at you and Opie and Jim. I'm mad at the white guy that said it. You know, I don't. Just because he said it, I'm not pissed at the whole white nation.
How do you black people do that?
I'm pissed at one white guy.
To learn how to do
But why be mad when you know, like, here's the thing. Like, if they were high school students, like freshman high school students, 14, 15, I would probably agree with you on that. But they're adults. They are adults. College is adults. Most of them are old enough to get the death penalty. They're over 18. They're old enough to be in the military. And he wasn't saying it to be hateful. He laughed when he said it. And then Bernard is the one that said jigaboos and wannabes, which we all know is from school days. So it was so harmless and so not intended to be vicious. And intent means a lot. We all know intent is everything in the law. So why would people be offended by this? It's almost like people just want to jump on because they can.
No, I'll be honest with you, man. Look, I'm just telling you like this. When he would call some young black kids or young black girls a bunch of nappy-head hoes with tattoos, I'm serious, man. If I was in a bar and I'm sitting down with a bunch of guys, white guys and black guys, and one of them said the Rutgers team looked like a bunch of nappy-head hoes, I think, you know what it is? it might be the nappy head thing, because that's specifically directed towards a race of people.
Yes, black people say it all the time as a goof, not to be vicious. Like, you nappy-headed. I mean, you don't know as well as I do.
Yeah, but that's different. That's different. If
Why?
I call my brother, let me specifically say, if I call my brother, literally my brother, if I call him a punk-ass bitch, he might laugh, but if we out somewhere and somebody else call him a punk-ass bitch, that's different.
Understandable.
So if I say she a nappy head, and I'm sitting up here with a nappy head, it's kind of all right. But if you're an old white guy with a big stupid-ass cowboy hat on, and you call somebody a nappy head hoe, it's totally different.
Okay,
and
so
you should know this.
Are you hold on?
You used to be a wannabe.
Are you comfortable with? So you're saying that there are certain things that black people can say that white people shouldn't be able to get away with. Now, let me ask you, on the flip side, what are at least one example of something that white people should be able to say that black people should be publicly scolded or fired for saying?
Well, I don't think...
Stick them up.
I can't come up with nothing right now.
Please, of course, that's right.
The reason is, y'all made up all this shit. You made up the word nigga. We didn't make it up.
Dude, that's you're talking again.
I wish I made it up. I didn't make it up.
I'd love to patent that one.
Somebody else did many years ago.
No, but the point I'm making is not 400 years of problems. I'm talking about things that are said in humor today where people know the intent of them. I'm not talking about someone yelling nigger in some hateful, awful, repressive way. You know that. There's a difference, and you know there's a difference.
Right.
So what I'm saying is there anything, because nappy-headed has nothing to do with the word nigger. They're totally different things, and it was said to be silly. So what should black people not be able to say that should be allowed by the white community? Since black people obviously have a few words now. It's not just nigger, it's nappy-headed, and apparently it's a few other things.
As a white guy, is it anything a black guy or a black person could say that would upset you being a white guy?
I just bought the house next door.
I want to marry your daughter.
Hello, Dad.
There you go again, man.
No, there's really not.
There you go.
Come on, those were good lines.
They're just good lines, sir.
There you go.
Jimmy, I'm going to give you some credit on that one. That one was funny. I'm going to give you some credit on that one.
James is kind of laughing. He's laughing. You can hear it.
But no, James, if black people said anything like that was trashing white people for real, of course it would bother me. But I don't think they shouldn't not be allowed to say it.
Okay, check this out. If somebody said to you, look at that nappy hair right there, before you even turn right to look at it, what would you imagine that person to look like?
That they're black with nappy, shitty hair.
Right. That's what I'm saying. He was directing that towards just black people in general. It was rude.
How about if
it was rude?
I like that nappy's coming back myself.
I do too. But how about this?
I'm loving that nappy's coming back.
I gotta take a nappy. I'm so tired today.
Sweetie.
Aww. What a nappy.
All right.
Come on, man.
By the way, Mark from the Bronx, great line by Anthony. Got to learn how you black people do that.
Oh, okay.
Just wanting.
All right, now wait. You want to? No, I don't get stumped for this, but you want to get in while I'm kind of a fan.
I hate all white people.
Why?
No
What's that?
Bad. Yes.
You ready for it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I said I'm kind of a fan because I used to listen to Howard, all right? Then I brought a vehicle that had XM and started listening to you guys. To me, your show is entertaining, very entertaining, but it's not funny. But you guys try to make it be funny. Like, let me give you an example.
Wait, our show's not funny?
All right, let's see. Let's see what he says.
It's entertaining.
I want to hear the example.
It's very entertaining, and I would say summertime is funny.
Okay. But did you let you
try to instead of ignoring jokes, when somebody comes on the radio and just crack a fucking badass joke, instead of ignoring it, you guys take your time to point it out. Just fucking move on. Fuck the whole line of the day. We know what the fuck was funny.
Well, no.
He makes a good point.
No, he doesn't, because I'll tell you one thing. The reason pointing out stuff that's not funny, it is kind of different than what other people do, and it's just the way we address humor, and there's an honesty in that, and a silliness in that, and it's kind of fun to break your friend's balls about it, and that's kind of what we're doing with that.
Yeah, that is the reason we do that.
Okay. Now, you're gonna hate me for this comment. I'm going to tell you how to make the show better.
All right.
You're going to hate me for this, all right? All right? First of all, Jim Norton on the show is kind of entertaining, but his stand-up is very fucking entertaining.
Thank you.
Patrice, on the other hand, is the total opposite. Funny as hell on the show, and his stand-up is some weak-ass, wannabe, trying to be brother shit.
No, you're wrong.
This is how you change the show. This is how you change the show. You have Patrice, Jimmy, and Anthony and get rid of Opie's blonde hair wannabe.
You're too white. See, Opie.
But James, so that's racially insensitive.
But James,
that's racially. I don't like the way you want to bring a black in and kick a white out. That's the part I have a problem with.
What happened?
Oh, but you want to tell you something, Jim? Check this out. I wouldn't even think about paying to see Patrice stand-up, but I would definitely pay to see yours.
Patrice is a really good stand-up. I think it's funny you called him a fake brother when he's actually a really good comic. He's not a fake brother at all. Patrice is kind of a militant jizz bucket. I mean, you don't know him. I know him for years. Your assessment is wrong.
I bet you 75% of the people that like Patrice are white and not black.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. And I think black people love Patrice. Are you kidding me? He's a funny guy. Black people.
He's funny on radio. He is funny because he has a different perspective to where you say, I didn't even think of that shit. And it's funny. But on his stand-up, man, it's weak. My God, it's weak.
You might have seen him have a bad set somewhere. But I think you're, I don't know. I mean, that's your opinion on it, but I think you're wrong.
Besides Jimmy, who else do you find funny on stage?
On stage?
Yeah, stand-up. Anything?
Watch it be like really comics I hate.
I know, that's what we're
I like that carrot top guy.
Gallagher.
Gallagher's funny and shit.
What it is about Jimmy, I don't know. I know him by face. I don't really know him by name. But what's funny about Jimmy is Jimmy just bring up shit that you would never even think about. And then once you bring it to mind, it's humorous. It's very funny. And he says some shit that, people think, but you would never want to say. It's just funny. He has very good stand-up. But on the show, the reason I don't like him on the show, or I mean, I don't like him.
All right, James, wrap up. You hurt everybody around you, so let's wrap up.
Okay, go ahead.
The only reason I don't like him on the show is because sometimes he's just too much. He's just hating too much.
Hating who, though?
I mean, just lighten up somewhat. But Opie, I didn't mean to slam you. I mean, you keep the show moving, you do. But Anthony, you always on point with little funny jokes, even when you crack black jokes. I'm hating you, but I'm laughing.
Even the like me.
But I was.
I love it.
How could you say I'm hateful? I think you and I had a nice discussion. I think I didn't jump all over you. I listened to your point. I agreed with some. I disagreed with other parts.
Was it good?
No, I mean, no, not with me, but like when you crack on fat hoes.
All right, James, you've done a lot of damage today. Why don't you just go?
We're going to spend the next hour recovering.
We're going to be sad now.
Now we're going to have to recoup.
All right, it's all sad for today.
Hey, let me close with this. You're a very entertaining show, and I'm going to keep listening.
All right, thank you, boy.
All right, James,
hey, man.
From Cleveland.
James from Cleveland.
Let's go to David Davis in Florida. Davis.
What's up, guys? Love you, love the show. Jimmy, you're great.
Hold on. Dan from Toronto. You know what would make things funnier? Lose this fucking caller.
I don't know. That's
Dan
hurtful.
from Toronto, Canada. Very good, Dan. Where are we? Yeah, Davis, go ahead.
I just wanted to let y'all know y'all slave girl bit from Friday. Me and my girlfriend listened religiously. We took that shit home with us, and we just had a great time all weekend long.
Wait, you played Slave Girl at home? The home version?
Oh, hell yeah.
Is there a black and white relationship here?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Wait, let me listen to your voice. Talk a little more.
Talk a little more?
Yes.
I'm the white one in the relationship.
We were gonna guess that. That's why I wanted you to just talk.
Well, let me see if we could have guessed that. What time do you start work in the morning?
I start at...
That's all you got to say.
Yeah, white.
All right, guys, punching out. Just want to
apologize for Jim Norton.
Yes, I apologize.
Very bad.
What's up?
You can't just hang up after that. How'd you play Slave Girl? Tell us what went on.
We took a couple things as far as the one suggestion about the cotton balls that y'all had. We did that.
Yeah, we had a few suggestions before.
You actually made her pick up cotton all weekend?
No, not all weekend. Just one of the things that we did was, I had her strip down to bra and panties and pick up cotton while I smacked her ass.
Yeah, a couple of suggestions for the scenario that didn't quite pan out. One of which was to get a bunch of cotton balls from the drugstore and spread them out on the floor and have her in bra and panties picking them up as we whack her ass.
Weren't you looking at each other laughing though? Like, how do you?
Oh yeah, we were having a great time. The whole thing is she gets excited with the whole ass smacking thing. So like, just me smacking her ass. After, a little while, she starts, like, coming in her panties and shit, so...
Well, we're recruiting more slave girls. Would you be up for it?
Possibly.
We really want to get another slave girl in here. All right. All right, thanks, Davis.
All right, no problem. Punching out.
All right. We'll take another break.
Yeah, I'm sad.
We're all sad today.
It says CBS fired. I'm reading message board stuff. It says CBS fired Jimmy the Greek for saying less than Imus. What?
Wait, what? Jimmy the Greek?
Jimmy
Yeah, well, they were wrong to fire him. They were, and first of all, they fired him. I think one of the reasons was he didn't say it in humor. He's not, that's not part of his job.
Exactly.
And they were wrong to fire him because he was telling probably the truth, even though it was an uncomfortable truth. Giving out barbaric stuff like that is probably a little different.
Yeah, I don't think Jimmy the Greeks was based on any kind of, like you said, there was no humor in it. So then you have to look for some kind of fact, and I think that was his assumptions based on what was probable, but the way he put it was so bad.
Yeah, he wasn't good. It's hard to mention breeding a group of people who were slaves and making that good for Monday Night Football.
He kind of made them sound, like animals and stuff. So that's where he got fired. But Imus, it was pure humor. It's ridiculous that he's fucking apologizing as much and for as many things. And going on Al Sharpton's show and giving him some fucking heat.
And then thanking Sharpton.
I know.
The same guy that accused Stephen Pagonis, the prosecutor, of raping Tawana Brawley.
Yep.
That same shitbag thanking that motherfucker for letting you go on is disgraceful. Sharpton is a cunt.
Yep. He is.
And that should be his opponent's platform.
Yeah.
Sharpton is a cunt, and they all start holding up signs with a picture of Sharpton and an equals and a cunt.
All right, let's get out of here for a little bit. We'll be back in a bit.
The current it boys of FM talk are the New York-based duo of Opie and Anthony. And the talk is racy and raw at times, pushing the limits as far as they can.
Show your hairy pork chop. My mother smokes crack rocks. I'm for drunk teens. What are you kidding?
How about I lay you down and give you a little bukkake? We laugh.
We're gonna have a disgusting body fluid blowout.
Gay porn. Hey, could you soap up your bad place? The sluttier the better.
I would definitely be willing to have sex with you if we both already had AIDS.
It's certainly not your father's talk radio.
All right, we got a studio audience out there, and E-Rock kind of asked them about what they're all about, and nothing good today.
No, we got quite a few people out there. How could it be nothing good?
Nothing really good today. You want to take a look?
Yeah, let me take a look.
There's actually a guy who's in the hotel across the way, though. Yeah, his hotel room is literally like right across the street.
Ooh.
The same level as the hotel. Same level as the studio here.
Oh, yeah?
Well,
that's kind of interesting.
Which one's interesting?
The first one. Because those videos are,
all right,
all the rage.
All right.
Not as big as the otters holding hands video. Wow. #1 most viewed animal video on YouTube. The stupid otters floating on their back holding hands.
Is one of them Bob Kelly? Stupid otter face he has.
Hold my otter hand. Hold my otter hand.
Hold my flipper.
But that video's adorable.
Let's see. It's
who's who?
Ladies are lawyers. Their kids' high school made national news for some fight video. Okay. Then we have a guy that works for Pepsi. Doesn't like seeing Jim drinking Diet Coke. Boy, you guys really into his fucking job.
Oh, these people out here?
Yeah, I guess
I had no idea what you were talking about.
I was just randomly babbling about people I know.
Right. Who's the Pepsi guy?
And MySpace profiles.
Oh, Jimmy just threw it away.
That's right.
Wow.
Yeah, that's good.
Helping him out. And then we have a physical therapist.
Oh, boy, that's got to be exciting.
That's Barry from Westchester.
Oh, it's a guy.
Very good. Yes, Moby. You hear that all the time, though, I know, right?
Yeah, I haven't heard that one before.
Cool.
Yeah,
Ooh, Michael Stipes.
That's why I said that.
What do the broads do? Do we cover them? No offense.
Yeah, that was the first thing.
But I missed it.
What were you doing?
I was coming in. I didn't realize you were back on while I was arguing with my girlfriend who's in Georgia.
Why is she in Georgia?
Something about a threesome.
Oh.
We
have Jeff from Queens. He works for the Hard Rock and has a comment on the guy from last week who watches Opie in the park. That's kind of creepy.
What's the comment? Yell it out.
He just follows you around the park every day.
Couldn't hear you.
He just follows you around the park every day.
Oh, that's wonderful.
He brought it up in here, and yeah.
Great. That's just wonderful.
We have a Rob, who is an ICU nurse. Uh-oh. Which one's Rob?
Wow, a lot of old people die on your shift, don't they?
Yeah. Where? Let me see the angel of death. Where is he?
He really wants to.
Oh, look at this guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
My wife.
Huh?
How do you think I met my wife? You know, the ex-patient died. Okay.
Wow. Wait, what?
That was great.
But what? Dominic, Uncle Junior's kid got a bigger laugh from Frank Vincent on the episode. Way to amend it quickly.
All right, so what happened? That's how you met your wife?
No.
Okay.
No, he's
stripping.
I've heard crazier.
I was performing in this show, and I basically stripped down to my underwear, and that's how I met her.
Really?
Huh.
Yeah.
Why'd you strip down?
I was performing. No, you know the Rocky Horror Picture Show?
Sure.
I was performing in that, and my character required me to get.
Jimmy puts down the blinds in the middle of him talking, so we've lost visual contact with the audience.
You go to the Rocky Horror.
I haven't done
movie.
I haven't done a few years, but
you would go. And you'd act it. You would act it out and do things. What character would you play?
She was Frankenfurter, the girl he fell in love with.
No, at that time I was performing Rocky.
Wow.
No, down to the gold boxers and all.
Right. So you'd have to be kind of naked.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's kind of creepy. And then being a nurse is even creepier.
Oh yeah.
How'd you do that? The whole schooling thing, and you wanted to be a nurse, or what happened?
Yeah, it was just. Well, I started out as doing like EMS work, and I just progressed from there.
Yeah.
Nurse.
So.
Progressed.
Yeah. No, I just get.
I guess that's about it for the studio.
The old lady knows it. Elementary school teacher, local news reporter, has done articles on O and A and Jimmy.
Let's be nice to them. Where's this wonderful person?
Jermaine, Orange County.
Oh, Jermaine. You up by Poughkeepsie, right?
What was the last article you wrote on us?
Opie and Anthony. And
I was actually the one who found Louis C.K.'s dates and did the article. So
why did you have to do the article?
It's my job, man. I got a world exclusive, and
but you're a fan of the show first.
I know, but
I think that would hurt us a little bit.
Could have talked to us. We would have given you like that, but maybe before everyone else, and then some other exclusive.
I didn't mean to screw you guys. Honestly, it was just like I was so excited.
I'm not homosexual.
And everybody's so excited about the dates, you know. So
wait, who told you though?
I saw a bulletin on Louis C.K.'s MySpace. I was just looking for dates, and I was like, holy crap.
So you got a fucking rat.
You found gold, my friend, because that's what he went on the internet to try to find the dates, and he got them ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think
4 of the dates were leaked out of about 10.
Yeah,
right.
He's very good to us.
He took them down, and I've, I dropped it there because, like I said, I know you guys got the press.
Yeah, you dropped it after it came out in print. That's all right.
Good, thanks. Great.
Honestly, I don't give a shit, to be totally honest with you.
Yeah, all right, I was nervous. I didn't want to get smashed on.
Trust me, it's fine.
All right.
No, who cared was Pete.
Yeah.
Even Pete I talked to, Pete's over it.
Yeah, Pete's over it, too.
Pete's a queer.
Sure knows that.
He's a Mary.
Who brought the young lad? Whose young lad is that?
Well, that's the fight video, or this, right? You go to the school with the famous fight video, I'm assuming?
Yeah, it's my school.
Oh, that's your yeah.
What's your names?
Jonah.
You guys are from Wisconsin?
Yeah.
Milwaukee?
Yep.
Wow, what are you doing in New York?
Visiting relatives.
All right. Sometimes people go visiting you guys, and we feel really sorry for you that you're watching this shit.
Come all the way here and watch this. Are you, why? Because she looks a little young to be hearing some of this language. How old are you?
I'm 14.
You're 14, young lad. And where's mommy? That's your mommy?
Wait,
well, how come
you have two mommies?
Held up their hands. Yeah. You got two mommies?
Yeah.
Is that an alternative relationship?
Yeah.
Wow, really?
Mm-hmm.
I was kidding. That's pretty interesting.
Adorable.
Oh, wait. See, that's the get today.
Yeah, see?
I thought you guys were kidding.
Okay, so you, no, where's your dad?
We don't have one.
Oh, yeah?
Were you adopted?
Pretty much.
So wait.
Pretty much.
Well,
are you guys willing to talk about this a little bit
or no?
This
is interesting, yeah.
This is interesting. This is something you don't see every day.
They can talk. I'm not really good.
All right. Go to mom over there. One of them.
I've never met a family that has two mommies. This is the coolest thing ever.
How hot.
So give us the quick story.
I gave birth to them, and then my partner Ruth adopted them. So.
But what happened to the guy?
It was artificial insemination.
Oh,
nice.
So you two were hooked up. You wanted kids.
How long have you guys been hooked up?
23 years.
Holy
wow.
Sinners.
Years, I couldn't remember.
Sinners. So then you decided to have kids, so you got artificially inseminated.
Right.
Well, that's interesting. Would you pick? Like, do you get to pick from like smart or brawny or blonde or?
Yeah, they do have sort of a catalog.
Yeah. So what did you
really?
pick? What do these kids got going for them?
It wasn't the dentists. The dentists were on every month, and we didn't pick them.
The dentists who played tennis. There were 2 of them, and they were on every month.
What do you mean on? You
get a list.
Oh wow.
It took a few months.
So you see the same stupid dentist, you're like, I don't want his sperm?
I'll bet you shoot right by the D so you don't grab Down syndrome by accident. You're ABCE.
So then what'd you choose?
People who sounded interesting.
No, I know, but you
don't want him to know?
Oh, you don't really want him to know?
But let me ask you a question.
It's not the kind of discussion you have for the first time with your child on the radio live.
What's his name?
Interesting, though.
Ari, do you get curious, Ari?
Not really. I just try to stay away from that issue.
Yeah.
What kind of problems you guys have in school because of this?
No, none.
They're pretty cool?
Yeah.
Kids aren't
Yeah,
assholes.
they're understanding and stuff, yeah.
Because sometimes kids could be
because
douchebags.
kids in general are douchebags.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You would think you would give them an easy one to make fun
Yeah,
of.
you'd think I'd get more of it, but no, nothing really.
Has it affected your life in any way that would have been different if you had a regular mom and dad?
I don't think so. This is like all I know, so this is just life.
Like,
I don't
because
know anything else.
a lot of critics, they go, oh, well, if a lesbian couple or a man couple raise kids, they're going to turn out to be gay. Do you like girls?
Yeah.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, I have a girlfriend.
So that's crap.
That's kind of a bad example, though, because they're lesbians. If they were gay, it might be a better example because they're girls.
No, it's all the same. They're sinners.
That's right. What would God think, you raising children healthily?
Yeah,
right, exactly.
Yeah, look, good-looking, well-adjusted children. That's horrible.
What do you? And so, what grade are you in?
I'm a senior in high school.
Oh, cool. What do you want to be? It would be funny if you said, I just want to torture small animals.
Possibly engineer.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Do you have any like male influences in your life? Any relatives that are guys?
My grandpa, my uncle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And are they married?
Yeah.
Teasing, of course. But they do like guy things with you?
Yeah.
Although I'll tell you, the one on the right could probably do guy things with you too. Jesus.
What does that mean?
I mean, she looks like the guy in the relationship,
that's not
right?
nice.
That's not the guy.
Which one's the guy?
What's wrong with you?
Which one's more the guy?
Lovely ladies,
They
Anthony.
find that to be offensive, right? Is that it? Like the gay guys have said they hate when you say which one is the woman.
Yeah, but you know.
Oh, good point.
I'm just saying. No, I'm teasing, of course.
Well, maybe they don't want to share that info. Why don't you try again, Anthony?
Yeah.
Is there one of you that's more discipline-oriented?
Or one that represents the male figure more than the female one in the relationship. There's got to be like an alpha in
I'm
the
better at fixing things that go wrong in the house.
See, okay.
So you're playing catch with the boys.
No, she plays catch with the boys.
Oh, my God. Now we're all confused. Wow. You're the one that should be playing catch, it seems. All right.
I just think if there's one thing, women can teach boys probably almost anything a man can, but throwing a ball is not one.
No, that
you
is
don't want
not
to
one
throw
of them.
like a girl.
We should make these guys throw a baseball, and we'll critique their form.
Wouldn't that be hysterical if they both just threw like complete girls?
Get the Ron Fez balls. We want to see if the two mommies... It's baseball season. We want to see if the two mommies brought up the boys the correct way as far as throwing a baseball. As far as throwing a baseball.
They seem to be well-adjusted young men.
Yeah.
By the way, shame on the two women there, the two mommies, for not sharing when E-Rock came around with the little paper.
Yeah.
I thought we had a boring audience today. This is the get. And we're not going to beat you up.
We disclosed. He just didn't get it.
Oh, my God. E-Rock, you are an idiot.
How'd you disclose to him, if someone can... Oh, hold on. Sam, how'd you disclose?
He said that these were our two children, and then he tried to say, well, which one was hers and which was mine, and I said, no, they're both of our children.
And E-Rock didn't pick up on that. So, E-Rock, people are starting to think you were raised by two chimpanzees because of your stupidity. How did you let that slip by you?
I wasn't exactly sure, so I just wrote down, these two brought their kids.
Wouldn't you ask a follow-up question?
Like, how is that possible that they're both your kids?
Did you not see the haircuts?
Isn't there a way you could, maybe want to get more info?
I could have, yes.
Holy shit, E-Rock.
Why didn't you? Too busy on wrestling sites, you homoerotic nothing?
Instead, we got some boring story that had something to do with them.
I guess the better one was stares at studio from hotel room across street. Room is level with his studio.
Oh, my God.
Holy
my
shit.
God. Stop the show.
Wow.
Do nothing else until we talk to that
Oh, and
studio
by the
member.
way, I think there's a couple out here with two women that had an artificial insemination and had two of these kids.
We hear the stories every once in a while, but we've never met anybody.
Did you both have one of the kids?
No, I have both of them.
You have both?
You made her do all the heavy lifting.
Yeah.
Why was that?
You want one?
Maybe you don't want to share that.
I was ready. I wanted to do it. And,
she's younger.
Ah.
All right.
So you just sat around watching the game with your hand down your pants. You did all the work.
And
I hear you.
And
somebody had to do it.
A question to the two mommies: How do your parents feel about this whole thing? If they're alive, I don't know, but were they cool?
Both of our parents are alive. When I told them that I was going to have a kid, they were when my father was really excited. And it took them a while to adjust, but they are fine now. They're really fine.
Wow, this is really interesting.
You watch The Wire? There's a great one. One of the cops is a lesbian, and she was dating another girl, and they had artificial insemination, and then the one who was the cop didn't really want the kid anymore. It was obviously didn't happen with you guys, but
Jesus.
No, it didn't. I mean,
make them feel bad.
These are grown up kids. I'm talking about when it was a baby. I just wanted to talk about The Wire again.
Are the kids willing to throw the mock baseball?
Yeah.
Sure. All right.
Yeah.
Fine.
And all right, who gets to throw? Do you get to throw with mom or what?
High school.
No.
Have a little catch between each other.
All right, we got to be able to see. Can you see over there?
How about
we wanted to make sure the mommies did the right thing and told them how to throw a baseball the right way. All right. Well, the other ones. All right. Well,
he's a little. Yeah. All right. That's a little. I think maybe the uncle ought to throw a ball around with you for a little while.
No, they're doing fine.
Yeah.
It's so easy to go for.
Well, you can't see on the radio, but the one he's holding it and he's like using both hands and he's throwing it like a soup. And after he throws it, it claps and then. No, that's normal.
Yeah.
That was always the big question with, like, gay couples. It's like, all right, well, I have no problem with it, but does it affect the kids? Because I knew a dude in high school, his dad was gay and had a roommate, and the kids were pretty brutal. I mean, that's obviously many years ago, yeah.
Well, straight couples have screwed up kids. Most of the screwed up kids out there are from straight couples.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, let's say hi to Tonto, the trucker. Tonto.
Doug.
Yo, hey guys.
Hey, Tonto.
Good evening.
Just want to know if he looks like David Crosby and if he plays guitar.
Hey, you guys play guitar?
I don't think they're David Crosby's kids.
They're not David Crosby's kids. All right.
No.
How can we be sure?
Well, we
Sounds
asked.
like him.
What else can we do?
That's pretty cool.
All right.
Look at that.
I don't know what other questions to ask. It's just very interesting. Are you all fans of the show?
Hold up your hands.
These four.
No, reddish hair, mommy. Hold up your hands. The other one.
The other hand?
Yeah, I'd love to ask how that happened, but the kids are here.
Oh, my God.
She's got a little brace on her thumb.
Oh, no. The other one's on crutches.
Hey, the older kids enjoying the humor.
Come on, we're just having a little
So who's
fun.
the fan out
I think
there?
it's great.
You're the fan? Moms, not fans, have no clue? Sort of fan?
Moms have accepted it.
We listen when I take Jonah's school in the morning. We listen.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
But I bet you these kids are raised much better than most kids out there.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
Are we nicer than you thought we'd be in person? Are we sweet and handsome?
No, we're horrid
Yes,
humans.
and smarter too.
Ooh, don't I look slimmer than you thought I would?
That too.
All right.
Oh, that's cool.
Very interesting. You guys survived. We didn't beat you up too
I
bad,
think that's
right?
pretty cool, man.
No, it is. That's
The little guy, all right? You all right?
Yeah.
Things good? Are you a fan of the show or just
Oh, yeah, I like it.
sort of?
All these religious people that are complaining about gay couples, and they're not doing shit to help. And here, all these couples want to adopt kids. Take them. Stupid Angelina Jolie's got to go over to whatever Timbuktu to grab something, stick it on her shoulder, collecting. Fucking here, put a red hat on it and hold this lantern in front of your house, stupid.
Hey, what do the boys call? Do you call them both mom?
Yeah.
Mom 1, mom 2? Is there like a difference?
Yeah. What if they're both upstairs? And what if you need, say, the mom in the green shirt? How would you differentiate by just yelling from downstairs?
Sometimes we just use their first names.
Okay.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What about this? Who's more of a disciplinarian? Like, who would you, if you had to go to mom to maybe go to a school meeting or something like that, where you know you want the more lenient one, which one would you tell?
Probably Amy.
Yeah.
Which one's Amy?
Shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little more lenient.
Wait, why? That is so weird. You're calling her by her first name because there's a blood thing there too. I mean, you guys.
Yeah. Or something as Mom Amy or like Mommy Amy.
That's very Brady Bunch of you, because there was time when he grew up, he said Mike and Carol.
Hey, Mike, Carol. Mike put a stop to that. He jammed a dick right up his ass.
Way to say that and look down. There's a family out there.
I was ashamed.
As you should have been.
Look, I'm just reading this one. It's coming in a lot.
Oh, no.
So, have you ever caught your mommy's maybe?
No. Oh, Jesus. Why would it be any different
Hey,
than
I
regular
remember
couple?
the kid hearing some weird things through the door. I'm just asking.
No.
Jeez.
You don't want to think that, right?
Thank God. No.
What kid wants to think
Don't
that?
do
right?
that. Oh, my God, if you rummage through their night tables. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God.
Oh, no.
The smorgasbord you'd find.
No.
I'm sure. But never do. Never.
They're nice people. I can't even look at them.
I know. They are very nice people.
They're wholesome,
I like
good people.
that.
You guys have no idea how hard we're trying to behave here.
But I don't want. Where did you guys meet?
We do.
We're trying to show another side of us.
Yes, human.
And a human side, which only comes out every once in a while. We're trying so hard.
Where did you two meet before 23 years ago?
Oh, that's good.
We work together.
Doing.
We're lawyers.
Oh wow. Okay. What kind? Criminal or
lawyers?
civil?
Civil.
Nice.
Yeah.
We don't like lawyers, you know.
Two lawyers.
We like the two mommy thing, but we don't like lawyers.
Yeah. What kind
I'm
of
against lawyers getting married, having kids.
What were you guys doing as lawyers?
Unfortunately, we can't anyway.
Were you rifling through entertaining things and removing all the fun and humor?
That's what our lawyers do. So you just brought up the fact that unfortunately you can't get married. Would you, if there was a place where you can get married, would you get married?
She keeps saying she's not the marrying kind.
No, huh? So you wouldn't? But you've
I
been
like the right to.
You've
I
been
would like
together
the right
so
to.
long, yeah.
And, things like health insurance, Social Security benefits, those are things that you get if you're married, and if you can't get married, you can't get the benefits. So
Right, so what about property and stuff? I'm sorry. Property stuff, like you guys have to split everything 50-50 just so if one of you dies, the other one keeps it? I mean, how does that work?
Well, you have to do a lot of things by contract.
Yeah.
By wills and trusts.
Well, let me tell you something. A lot smarter that way than just getting married and having a marriage certificate take care of all that stuff. All your property, your money, how much you owe people in the future, little things like that. I think it's a lot smarter to sit down and write out a contract for everything. Property, cars, money, kids,
insurance.
Everything. Health insurance, all that stuff in separate contracts. So in court, you go, here you go. If you ever, you guys together for quite a while, but if, new couple gets together and doesn't like each other anymore, it's a lot easier if you just pull out these contracts. That's what I say. It's not interesting or funny. It's just...
It was interesting, though. It was a good point.
But if you don't have a contract and a gay or lesbian couple splits up, then you don't have the whole divorce law to provide some forum for splitting up, so it gets even uglier.
And I say thank God for that, because divorce law is bunk. That's what I say. And I know from experience...
And now,
ma'am.
You don't listen honestly. You don't think that I belong in your community because I've had a few indiscretions with gentlemen in dresses, who I didn't know were.
He never knew.
If you call them indiscretions, then I'd say no.
So what? The guy had a big back. And Jimmy noticed, but put it out of his head until things were over.
Absolutely.
Because things were already happening.
Yeah.
So why stop?
But they were so good. Sometimes you got to take a cell number. I mean, just to be courteous.
Yeah. And if you get chafed on your inner thigh by beard stubble, it goes away in a day.
It happens.
Either one of you men in the past, or always women? Oh, the one is nodding.
Oh, you gave
No.
Whoa. What?
Always a woman.
Always women for you. You tried. Wait, she just gave you a look like, well, what about...
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What's going on now?
Oh, I hope we break up this couple after 22 years.
You were. Why are you saying something with the man? What?
Pardon?
No, she's had men.
Oh, she's had men.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what I
never
tried to.
They thought you meant.
That's what I'm getting at.
I thought you were saying, was I ever a man?
No.
Oh my goodness.
Have I ever been with men yet?
Oh, really?
What didn't you like about it?
It just wasn't who I am. What can I say?
Boy, he must have been lousy. Jesus. Imagine that.
Once they both recognize me and realize they slept with me independently.
And what about you? She's had a few men.
Yeah.
I decided that I fell in love with Ruth and wanted to spend my life. It was.
Were you
more of
bisexual
that.
growing up, or
Pardon?
were you bisexual growing up, or?
No.
Did you ever
Wow.
do you ever have cravings for a guy, like in moments like, wow, that'd be kind of nice? I'm in like one of those moods right now. Like we all have like different things we enjoy. Did you ever have one of those moments, like even now?
Yeah.
Okay, Ruth.
No.
It's Dick Jim, not a Snickers bar. I had a craving.
Yeah, but it's.
I got a hankering for some cock.
Well, like a Snickers, it packs with peanuts. I don't even know if that ties in or not. It's the only Snickers slogan. It didn't make sense to say you're blowing someone not going anywhere for a while. All right, way to go.
Jesus. On the old display, it says lesbo parents.
Oh, because he couldn't spell. That's why.
Yeah.
Because he couldn't spell lesbian.
Yeah, he's Lesbyan. You don't spell woman Woymn, right?
No.
Okay,
No.
good.
All right, very interesting. Thanks for sharing with us.
Thank you, ladies.
Probably not an easy thing to do in front of the little guys.
The young lads.
Nice,
especially the little fellow over there.
I know. He just still thinks he's a Santa. He doesn't know any better.
Right.
These all the kids you got? The two?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Just wondering. Did you want a daughter or no?
Yes.
Oh, you did? Of
But besides them. Not,
Yeah.
In addition
Yeah,
to.
right. In addition to.
Because that wouldn't give them a complex. They have, two gay parents. All of a sudden, they wanted daughters. But no, we're fine.
Yeah.
We're
good.
So why don't you have a daughter or adopt if you know?
I didn't want to stay up in the middle of the night anymore. I was too
There you
old.
go. She's
All right.
done.
She's done. Good for her.
Very
Done.
good. All right,
Thank you.
guys. Thank you. Coming from Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Thanks, E-Rock. Jesus.
Oh, way to miss it.
God, if we didn't stumble across that.
It's awful. It's funny. Bin Laden's probably sitting out there yesterday.
Just waiting for someone to come up to him.
Hi, what did you do? I plotted 9/11. I don't know. He said he can only stay from 9 to 11.
He's into geology. Hey, what the fuck is...
All right, we're going to get out of here.
Stupid E-Rock.
His name is Alan Akbar. I don't know. Thanks, Stan. Apparently lost the whole room on that one, but fuck him.
That was funny.
Line of the day brought to you by BowDogFight.com. They got an upcoming paper, Clash of the Nations.
Can I say something about DNA evidence? Why is this? How about when you're born? Now, the ACLU is screaming about this.
Oh, yeah, they
take
wouldn't like
your
this.
DNA.
Wrong. Couldn't do it.
They store it.
Mm-hmm.
The law says it's only, this is lawyers, the law says it's only allowed to be used to solve like a missing persons case or something that will help society to solve a violent crime. And not only would you catch rapists because it's on file, but you would clear innocent people of certain crimes because the DNA wouldn't match. Why don't we just do that? And then within the next 20 years, we can have a DNA bank that clears people and helps catch people who are committing rapes and child crime. Where is the downside of that?
Infringing on your rights.
But
So
how?
do you believe that the government is never going to lie to you about what they're going to do?
No, of course not. But I also think that the government behaving a certain way, because that things can be corrupt, you have to stop it when it happens. Because by that logic, you could say, well, because innocent people are jailed, we shouldn't have jails. I mean, just because the government are untrustworthy scumbags, then they have to be stopped when they do something they shouldn't be doing with it.
So the question then is the benefit of having that DNA a greater benefit than the risk of all the things that the government could do with it if they misused it?
Good question. What could they do with it that would outweigh catching rapists and stopping innocent people for spending 20 years in jail for rape? And not even that, but say missing persons, people don't know where their kids are or whatever, like all the things you could do, especially I'm thinking mostly sex crimes and things like that. What could the detriments be that would outweigh that?
Figure out who has the gene for various types of illnesses and kill them all because it'll drive up the cost of health care.
But but I mean, if you can, in a way, no, you can't go out and just kill people. But I mean, if there's a way genetically to ensure that certain diseases don't happen, or certain people aren't born deformed and stuff, is that a bad thing? I mean, I don't mean you gather up retarded people and murder them, but is that a bad thing to be able to?
Or how
use science to keep
about somebody is an enemy of the state. Some people, they used to have FBI files on them. You take a little of that contributed DNA that they have, you put it at a crime scene. Now all of a sudden you're linked to it through DNA.
Absolutely.
And now you're going like, wait a minute, but hey, this is proof positive. We have your DNA. It's right here. You go to jail. You're done.
She didn't get that you were just being completely sarcastic.
No, actually, that's the truth.
Oh, really?
If I was sarcastic, I would be like, they could clone you. And then you'd be cloned and 2 of you are walking around.
Oh, you're saying, I thought you were joking, saying that was a good thing.
No, with some people it would be.
Oh, you're saying that's a bad thing?
The Jews.
Oh, you're saying it's a bad thing? Oh, but David, they can still do that with blood. If they're going to do it with DNA, they can still do it with blood.
Yeah, but they have to have your blood. What if you're deemed an undesirable? You've done no crimes, you haven't spilled any blood anywhere that they could scoop up, but because of this law, they have your DNA on record. Now, because of things you've written, things you've done, they don't like you. All of a sudden, they plant a little of this DNA around a crime scene and go, we've collected DNA. Now we're going to match it with our files. Here it is. Oh, a perfect match with Jimmy Norton.
Would they actually have the DNA, though, or would they just have like a print or whatever they need of it on a computer? I'm thinking more it's going to be on computer as opposed to actual DNA. I don't know how they map DNA and do it, but I think most of it's done with computer.
I would think you would need some kind of a sample.
But you're right, they could use it to set up an enemy of the state, but if the government wants to set you up for something, they don't have to wait. So there's a lot of ways they could do it, and I don't think that catching rapists or pedophiles or whatever would be outweighed by that. The possibility that they're going to set up an unpopular
How come we
author.
haven't just fingerprinted everybody at some point in their life and get a fingerprint file so that when no DNA is left but fingerprints are, we can do that?
I completely agree with you.
How about hair samples? We just give them hair because just in case hair falls somewhere, you could match that up.
I'll tell you how.
Earwax.
I'll tell you why. Hair is not 100% a match at all. There's a lot of factors that go into hair that might not make it. DNA is as concrete a thing as you can possibly get. Mm-hmm. And I say only in a certain case. It's only allowed to be used in certain things.
I don't know. Usually when it's put as this thing for good, at the beginning it sounds really good, and then it's only later on you find out, we never saw that coming.
Well, that's the argument people use against the Patriot Act. But I mean, it might be corrupted. If it's corrupted, then you jump in and you sue and you stop it.
Well, it was immediately.
Well, okay, that's what you got to do. I mean not the idea of the Patriot Act, but the idea of it being used inappropriately.
Yeah.
I mean, anything that's used inappropriately has to be challenged as it's happening.
Yeah, but if the people that put it in place are in charge, it can only go up so high before someone knocks it down, and it's usually the people that put it in place. So.
No, the court will usually step in. I mean, the court, are you kidding me? The Patriot Act, I mean, there's always some court that's going to jump in and say this is wrong or that's wrong. A lot of things are overturned.
Mom, see what you did. See what you did.
But no, I'm saying, I'm only talking about, because I think that when I see guys going to jail for 20 years for rapes they didn't commit, or the fact that there's rapists out there that we can't catch.
Yeah, I mean, they probably did something. That's what I think. They probably did some. You know what? It's funny. They're looking, and they're lawyers, so they're looking at us babbling like we're fucking an ant farm.
No, but I'm saying,
like they look through the window like we're ants, just trying to get a cricket down a hole.
But no, I want to know from a lawyer though. But like, what are the benefits? Like, what could be society use it for that would be so bad that it would outweigh, say, catching? I'm not talking about people's AIDS results and then showing insurance companies so you can't get insurance. I mean, what could be worse than I don't understand how that could be bad.
You're talking about having a way to classify people by any factor the government chose to classify them. And you say we step in if it's being misused. You're assuming that we find out, and that someone has the wherewithal to file a suit, and that the suit is successful. And it just seems to me that the risk is just overwhelming, that it could be used in ways that are to deny people health insurance.
How, though?
Yeah.
How?
They can just take a blood example. They can take a blood sample if they want to deny you health insurance. I mean, like, how could they deny you health insurance? Like, for what?
Because you have the gene for something that's going to cost a lot.
Maybe in the future it'll show up.
Okay, well then that's something that has to be put into the law.
A future disease or something.
Okay.
That they find in the DNA, like, oh wow, if you're going to have a kid,
you're predisposed to have this.
Absolutely,
okay, then that's something that has to be in there. Like, you can't
have a lot more faith in the law than I do.
And it never changing.
But don't forget, when you go for insurance, there's a lot of questions that you have to fill out a questionnaire before you get insurance. Like, if you admit that you still smoke, they won't give you certain insurance. So, I mean, kind of, isn't it the same thing that's happening now?
What if you're predetermined through your genes? It says, wow, we looked at this guy's sample, and in 20 years, he might develop cancer.
Oh, obviously.
Because of that. Now, we have the right to deny him because we've looked at this and...
Then that's something that has to be... That's a good point, and that's something that you have to look at when you're legislating shit like this and say that can't happen. I'm talking about it being used in criminal pursuits. I'm talking about... Do you feel safer knowing that they might not insure somebody, or the fact that a guy is going to go on raping people and breaking into the homes and raping them when they could easily stop him after one, but he's going to be continued to allow to do that? I mean, sex crimes are not some random thing that occasionally happens. They happen all the time. And I think that the benefit society gets by stopping a lot of these people and putting these savages in jail outweighs the detriment of somebody who's 3, possibly not getting insurance because he might have cancer when he's 18. I think that's a lot easier to fight in court.
There would be plenty of ways to reduce crime if you just start throwing rights out the window.
Attaboy. I'm not talking about throwing rights out the window. I don't think
there's one right. It's a right of privacy.
I don't think that that's really an invasion of privacy. The government having some of your DNA, I don't think is...
I'll give the government some of my DNA.
But you know
go to the White House and jerk off right on the stairs.
I don't think that's an invasion of
there you go. Take that
privacy.
sample with you.
I don't think that's an invasion of privacy, as long as it's not used for...
Fucking shut up and kiss me.
I'd love to.
Let's agree to disagree.
But no,
Why don't we just agree to disagree?
Thank God.
And that's not to taking away a right. Anthony's right, though. You could actually lose a lot of crime if you cut down on our rights. But that, to me, the government having my DNA is not infringing on my rights.
Stupid me. I wanted to know who the mommies find hot out there.
Oh, there you go.
Who do you find hot out there in the celebrity world? Who do you find hot?
Yeah, see him on TV.
Like a little fantasy for Mom. Who's hot out there?
Boy, it says something about my life that I can't think of anybody.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, this one knows. This one knows. She's the wild one. Let's go.
Come on, Amy.
Your fantasy girls floating around your
right
head.
in front of your sons. Let's go. Who do you find hot? Rumor has it Carmen Electra might be lesbian, hanging out with Joan Jett.
Yeah,
that's the latest.
Didn't hear that one.
Supposedly they were supposed to go public with their relationship, but so far that's not happening. Who do you find hot out there? Close your eyes and say it. Your sons will tell us. No?
Maybe that microphone's disgusting them.
Very good.
A, the shape, and B, the color.
It's black for you at home. All right. Well, that was your runner-up line of the day. That was
thank you. Finally.
20 minutes later. Now, here's a runner-up line of the day, thanks to Bodogfight.com. Is there a black and white relationship here?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Wait, let me listen to your voice. Talk a little more.
Talk a little more?
Yes.
I'm the white one in the relationship.
We were gonna guess that. That's why I wanted you to just talk.
Well, let me see if we could have guessed that. What time do you start work in the morning?
I start at...
That's all you got to say.
There you go. Your runner-up line of the day. They canceled baseball games in Cleveland. That's live? They got all that snow overnight?
Yeah. Wow.
Holy shit.
Bodogfight.com.
Go to /PPV to find out about their Clash of the Nations. This is your line of the day. Here comes the line of the day, line of the day.
You want to know what people call me for supporting Harold Ford Jr.? Do you want to know the mail I got to call me an end lover? And do you want to know what people said to me for the years that I played Bishop Patterson's sermons? People tell me they didn't want to hear that. Well, you can imagine. You know what people said to me when I booked the Blind Boys of Alabama here years ago, and they've been on fairly regularly ever since then?
Glad Imus got my letters.
What they said about that?
Wait for it.
And you know, when Imus was saying that stuff, that should have been said defensively. Like, how could you think I'm a racist, you idiots? Like, instead of like in a sad way. Yeah, instead of like I did this. Half the cancer kids that come to our place are 10% of black, half of my not. That should have been like, you fucking morons, will you look at the facts and stop knee-jerk.
There you go.
Reacting.
They come to the ranch. 10% of them are African American, and I don't even have enough lanterns for them to hold.
Guys, thank you out there.
Thanks, everyone.
They were great out there, the studio audience. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thanks.
Quick out today. Bye.
Fill the ball.
You gotta respect that.
The Opie and Anthony Show.
Disgusting.
Line of the Day is brought to you by Bodog. If you'd like to vote on any of the weekly show polls, go to iliketolisten.com.